Yes, y'all. Another Saturday, so you know what it is. Saturday night shoot the breeze. I see we got folks in the chat already. Kevin Curry 42 is in the chat saying greetings, family. Ready for a night of black upliftment. NYC Beauty says greetings. Greetings to all you guys who are here already. Greetings to those who will be coming along soon, and greetings to those who are listening in the playback. I appreciate all of you for your viewership. You know the deal. I'm here right now to give you guys a sense of what we're doing tonight. On tonight's episode, we will be discussing Roe versus Wade being overturned after 50 years and how that affects the future of the black family. We're going to be talking about the Black Seminoles again, but this time we're going to talk about the Black Seminoles in my hometown in one of the islands called Andros. Seminoles in Red Bay, Andros. We're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to ask and answer the question, why do these folks always say it was a race riot when in fact it was a massacre? I think the answer is in that question, by the way. We're going to talk about the Second Amendment. There's been some developments around the New York area with the Second Amendment. We're going to talk about swirling when it goes wrong. We're going to ask and answer the question, what is chivalry? What is chivalry? Where does it come from? And should we stick a fork in it? We're going to ask the question, are men to blame for the westernization of women? We're going to ask and answer the question, why is Father's Day a disrespected day within our community? We're going to ask the question, are young women done with the fight? And you'll understand what that means once you stay tuned. And then we're going to talk about 2 Florida men accused of attacking a black teen. That's what we have in store tonight. I dropped the link already for those who want to join the panel. By the way, if you can hear me, drop a 1 for me. Because there's always some little thing that goes on, and if I'm not careful, I'm not being heard. If you can hear my voice, drop a 1 for me, so that I can know you can hear me. See, we got the learning curve in the chat. She typed in 1 for me, so I appreciate that. She says, "Greetings, fam. Greetings to you too, matron. Good to see you." So that's what we have in store tonight. When we come back, I'll introduce the panel. In the meantime, let's start the show, and then when we come back, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. So stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about black empowerment. Our show focuses on black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. As you know, Saturday night, man, shoot the breeze time. Let me welcome Kevin Carre to the panel. Kevin Carre, how are you doing this week?
I'm good. I'm just loving the folks fighting each other. Loving it.
Wonderful. Hold on a second here. Before I introduce the next panelist, let me fix my audio here for a quick second. Hold on. Hold on a second. Bear with me, guys, as I try to fix this. Okay. Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week?
I'm great, brothers. Let's get this party started one more again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. With that said, let me drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is, as you could probably guess, about Roe v. Wade. Here we go. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is Roe v. Wade has been overturned after 50 years. What does that mean for the future Black family? I posted on my personal Facebook the other day, yesterday, that horror culture took a hit with that one. And some people didn't like it, but I'd like to hear what the chat thinks, as well as my panelists today. I see we got Daily Affirmations by Pauline is here. Shout out to Daily Affirmations by Pauline. So, should the breeze topic number 1, Roe v. Wade has been overturned after 50 years. What does that mean for the future Black family? Let me start with Kevin Carre. Kevin, what say you to this recent development with Roe v. Wade?
It's great. That's good for us, man. Good for us. Let the pop. You know what? They always say, "Oh, we're only 30% of the population." I think we're more than that in this country. There's too much of us here. But as I said, now our women, a lot of our women, well, not all, but you know, those certain ones, they're gonna have to start thinking now, like, man, I can't just go around and sleep around with anybody anymore now because I can't get that abortion anymore. So now you really got to start thinking, man. I got to be careful. Same thing with the guys. I really got to start thinking who I put my seed in now. I got to be careful. But as I said, this is gonna help improve the Black family. Oh, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This will help improve the Black family. As I said, them folks, they're not playing around anymore. They've had enough. The white gloves are off. But I digress.
You know, this prompt did come with a link. I forgot about it. Let's check out the link, and let's watch the video, and then we'll discuss it afterwards. All right.
Anti-abortion rights activists rejoiced outside the Supreme Court as the 50-year-old precedent guaranteeing the constitutional right to an abortion has been overturned. The court ruled to overturn its landmark Roe v. Wade decision of 1973. 5 conservative justices agreed to overturn a lower court's ruling that blocked Mississippi's 15-week abortion ban, which was filed by the state's last remaining abortion clinic. The 3 liberal justices dissented, while Justice John Roberts, in a concurring opinion, said Roe and Casey should remain untouched. The Roe decision protected a woman's constitutional right to abortion before a fetus was viable outside the womb. The new decision also overturned the 1992 decision of Planned Parenthood versus Casey, which said that states can't enact restrictions that would pose an undue burden on people trying to access abortion before a fetus is viable. In the majority opinion, Justice Samuel Alito said that Roe was wrong from the start and has had damaging consequences. The ruling now sends the decision on where abortions can be performed back to individual states. Tens of millions of women in the United States will be affected as more conservative states have been signing limits or bans into law. President Biden has said that the responsibility is on elected officials to pass legislation protecting the right to an abortion. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Mara Montalbano.
Okay, there you have it. My apologies for not playing the video before. Let's welcome in the matron. Matron, how are you this week?
I'm good. How are you guys doing this week?
I'm great, thanks.
Greetings. Good to see you. Good to hear from you again.
Yeah, I had to get some things ordered in my life. I told you guys my mom was sick, so I've been taking care of her. But I had this topic come up. But anyway, let's get back on topic because she said exactly a lot of what I was gonna say, which is the fact that this is back on the states. As far as the effect or impact on the Black family, in some places and in some instances, they are going to feel the burden and the push. And unfortunately, when children are not wanted, children are harmed, especially when there's an economic motive. But a lot of these white people that are coming out about this are really just coming out because it's impacting their economy, and they're trying to make it illegal all over the country because their numbers are so low. After that census that we just did, I knew something like this was going to happen.
What did the census say?
Their numbers are declining. You know, unfortunately, their birth rates are lower than they've been in a very long time. And they're actually dying at a rate faster than which they're being born. And so that's why they're importing white people from Ukraine. They're importing white people from Afghanistan, as Tucker Carlson told us, that those are just white guys with beards. And they're trying to create a new white class because they know that the old white class is dying out. Have you seen Mitch McConnell? He looked like he the Walking Dead. He looked like, what was that guy? Was it Rockefeller that looked like a vampire? Yeah. So all of them, they're dying out. And so they're trying to get new blood. And we don't do that as a community, but that's a whole nother rant. I'm not going to go on that rant that we need to invest in K-1 visas and get us some Africans over here. But anyway, that's my thought on the subject.
I appreciate that. Thank you, matron. Caprel posted this video on Instagram early today, I think it was, with this white lady, Jane Elliott, I think, which a lot of Black folks tend to listen to when Jane Elliott speaks, but you don't listen to when folks on KWAZ Radio speak about some of the same shit. But Jane Elliott was pointing out how this Jewish guy, I forgot his name now, some Jewish guy wrote a book in 87 or 89 that was talking about the state of whiteness and what America needs to do to maintain itself as a white nation. And one of the things they talked about, he talks about, was Europe had a system of paying its women to have children. He said the problem in America is if you pay women, you'll have to also be paying Black women. So what you have to do instead is you have to reverse this abortion thing, this Roe v. Wade thing, so that women are forced, white women in particular, are forced to continue having these children, and hopefully the economic situation will prevent Black women from continuing to have a lot of children. I don't know if you guys saw that as well. Let me introduce in D-Web, sorry. D-Web, how are you this week?
Whoa, that was a violation, man. If any name in the world he said D-Web.
D-Web, my bad.
You don't do that to your kids.
You don't do that. But what's going on with y'all, family? Good to hear from y'all, man.
Good to hear from you, man. Again, our condolences,
I appreciate that. But
how's Chicago?
Chicago, man. that's really all you can say about Chicago. I was there during the Juneteenth. That was pretty nice. That's once again, all off subject, but yeah, we're in the simulation. It was done by RBG out there, homie. Mm-hmm. Just to let y'all know. But as far as this Roe versus Wade thing, it's just always interesting me. They drop like stuff like this on a Friday in the
Yes.
summertime. They could have dropped it January 3rd in the
Mhm.
middle of winter. Nobody would have did anything like they didn't. Whenever they want to, keep people pacified, they drop these type of things in the wintertime. Because guess what? These so-called people are so riled up, so hyped to protest, and they scared of the cold. But it's so important, but you're scared of the cold. But this is not gonna have any effect on anything. I don't believe. I think this is just something to get people. They always go to the same thing: Second Amendment, and the white folks are gonna be at civil war, and they're just riling up their troops. They're trying to do these things that they get on each other's nerves, and this is just one more thing. You also have the midterms coming, and the Democrats want to cater to the women. They care about the women. Look at these, so this to me is just more of this political thing they plan. We all know that every time you go to any airport in America, there's a long line of people going to the Dominican Republic, not the party, but to get their butt enhanced. You know what I'm saying? You have plenty of states that's going to keep it, just gives it back to the states, right? We need civics lessons out here. They're just giving the rights back to the states. So anybody who wants to have abortion, if you're that detriment not to have that child, you're going to drive from Mississippi to Illinois.
Yeah.
The governor also just, you know what I'm saying? You're going to make that trip. It's going to happen. So to me, this is just a smoke and mirrors circus type of deal, rile up the natives type of deal. I don't really see.
I appreciate that, D-Web. Let's welcome in Caesars. This is the first time I think Caesar's been on the platform. Caesar, how are you this week?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Great to hear from you. Caesar, you see the prompt, you saw the video. What's your thoughts on Roe v. Wade as it pertains to the Black family?
I really don't think it'll make a difference.
Okay.
I think that the problems of the Black family, there's so many other problems of the Black family. I don't think abortion, because first of all, all the states. So first of all, before they did this, when they first made abortion, a thing, they knew it was going to hurt the Black infrastructure more than it would hurt them. And now they're looking at it and it's hurting them. So before they overturn this, they did the math. They know that, okay, we'll still do X, Y, Z to the Blacks. But if you look at the Midwest, all those states, as soon as this thing is repealed, I guess it's already been repealed. A lot of those states like Minnesota or Kansas, all the ones you can't name in the middle of the country, right? Instantly, they're going to make abortion no longer a thing. You can't abort your child. These are predominantly white states. While when you have states like D.C. and Maryland, well, first of all, abortion's not going anywhere in D.C., Maryland, New York, California.
Right.
And then when you look at the South, Planned Parenthood, which, is very deep in the Black community. They're already, from what I've heard and talking to different girls, they already give out abortions for free. If they find that you're low income and Black, they give you an abortion for free. They're giving birth control pills for free. They're giving IUDs for free. They're giving it for free. So I don't really think it's going to do anything. I think it's going to be a change in approach. Instead of abortions, now they're going to make a big push to make sure that Black women get IUDs. And IUDs can be 5 years long, 10 years long, pop it in when you're 20. So, I don't think it's going to be a big difference personally.
Okay.
What do you think?
Okay. I appreciate it. I like what you're saying there. We're going to hear from a few others in the chat. Brother Bakari says, "What's up, everybody?" What's up, Brother Bakari? Kevin KW Don 7 said that it means sisters will be state hopping, right? Kevin Carre in the chat said lots of deaths of despair in their community. He says opioid and other drug abuse in their community. The Forecast Radio said, "What's up, brother?" Forecast Radio says, "What's up, everybody?" Lero's laughing because I mistakenly called Webb D. Wade. Again, my bad. And KW Don 7 says, white people in America are willing to bring in different ethnicities to bolster their numbers, while the FBA ADOS flunkies do the opposite and wonder why they are failing. That's a good point. He goes on to say the dysfunctional dynamics will remain the same for the Black family despite this ruling. So he's kind of echoing a lot of what Caesar said. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, what say you? Roe v. Wade overturned after 50 years. What does this mean for the future Black family?
First, let me give my condolences to D-Web as well directly. My father passed a year ago, brother. So I know the feeling, brother. I know what it is. I could take this really two ways, and since the matron talked about white genetic survival, I'm reminded of Dr. Francis Cresswell thing, but I'm not gonna go in that direction. I rather choose the direction of another direction, and my direction is I believe that the price of sex within our community is gonna go up a little bit. It's because usually, women in the state, because they had such easy access to abortion, and they could really do it in their state. It wasn't as costly. It's a weekend thing, But because now they're gonna have to drive to liberal states, since it's gonna be left to the states, liberal states to get their abortions. People are gonna consider things a bit more now. I mean, because it's gonna be more costly to do it. It's not the fact that they're not gonna do it, but it's gonna be more costly. But I also would like to see, as far as legislation is concerned, two things. I would like to see some DNA legislation, in particular when it comes to the birth of a child. I feel, respect to the women in the finding of their child, but I would just like to see some DNA legislation, in particular when women are having children at their birth. You should automatically have a DNA test given to paternity test given to establish who that child really belongs to. I believe that should automatically be done with states, because there's a lot of paternity fraud that's happened. I feel within families sometimes, and I feel like that's a legislation that I believe needs to have some teeth to it. But like I say, I just really think that the price of sex is going to go up a little bit higher. Women are going to have to, abortion tourism is going to go up. And certainly a lot of doctors are going to make a whole lot of money, because of this situation, because women are going to be driving to those states to get their abortions. No doubt about it. So that's how I would look at this,
Isn't that something? Abortion tourism. Yeah, that's really what's going to be happening. The idea, though, let me just ask you guys this, just to entertain this idea. The idea that whore culture takes a hit. First, you'll have to agree that there is such a thing, which I believe there is such a thing going on right now. Do you think whore culture is a thing, and do you think you'll take a hit from this? Let me start with Mr. Untouchable.
Certainly, whore culture. Here's where I stand with the whore culture thing. I think whore culture is really a fad, like many other fads that's entered into our communities, and it's a passing fad. I don't think that the majority of Black sisters will gravitate to the Cardi B's and the Nicki Minaj's cultures and things like that. I think it's a passing thing as we evolve. And I think that we're gonna go into maybe a Michelle Obama phase, because we used to be in a Lauryn Hill kind of culture back in the day. So I think it's a passing thing, and I'm hoping that eventually, as we become more informed because of the so-called information age, we as a community of people, because whore culture, I don't necessarily think it should be limited to just women. Men have a long history of whore culture.
Yeah, well, I didn't give it a gender. I just said whore culture.
Yeah. We have a long history of whore culture, and you see how that's turned out with the illegitimacies, babies, and the anger when children grow up without parents or responsible parents. They become very angry, and that has some deleterious effects to our community. So I think that it's a passing thing. Hopefully, I forget what the question is now as far as whore culture goes. But,
well, is there such a thing, and do you think this puts a dent in whore culture?
Like I
think
said,
this affects it?
No, I think that women can consider now and think about things a little bit more, because it'll affect their pocketbook, and when it affects a person's pocketbook, in particular, women in very conservative states where there is no abortion, you can't have a weekend, abortion. Now you have to make preparation and take that Greyhound bus into a liberal state. People gonna think about things a little bit more, I believe, but that's just me.
The thing, I'm gonna go to the rest of the panel with the same question, but the thing I find interesting, I've always found interesting. I recently told this to some young women, like, if you see someone pregnant out here, you want to be pregnant, because in this day and age, There's so much things to prevent a pregnancy, right? Or prevent, an abortion. It's crazy to me that this is still so problematic. Caesar, you heard the follow-up question. What say you to this?
Yeah, so I definitely think there is something such as horror culture. Definitely, you listen to the music that is listened to in the Black community. Definitely, horror culture is a thing. Now, will horror culture take a hit? Obviously, the price of sex is going to increase. Horror culture is going to decrease slightly, but I don't put that much faith in this decision that it's going to be anything major.
Right.
Because I just don't think it's that serious. Yeah.
All right, Kevin Carey, what say you?
Well, we're in the era where you're going to see things that you'll never seen before. You know what they're doing? Yeah, that's nice. It's going to be on the fair level. But one thing about humans, they will always find a way. If they want it, they will always find a way. I don't think it's going to take a hit. It's going to go down a little bit, then it's going to come right back again.
And finally, the lovely matron. Matron, what say you to that?
I believe horticulture is a thing, and I think that it took a little hit. Like you all have said, the price of sex is going to increase a little bit. I also think that there are going to be some violent backlashes from men that get refused sex because of the risk. And anytime a woman rejects a man, there's always this unique space of risk because you don't know how he's going to respond. So I don't know how these men are going to respond to, they weren't eligible for sex in the first place. And now they're being denied sex because it's like, are you going to give me the $600, $800, $1,500, $3,500 it's going to take for me to go somewhere else to have this baby? You would hope, I personally hope, that our numbers begin to increase and that women stop getting abortions and start being more responsible with their bodies and keeping the children. But that is an outlier opinion, but it is my secret hope.
Yeah, my hope is similar to yours. I hope that there'll be a little bit of a sobering up as far as this horticulture stuff goes. I hope that more people will, like Mr. Untouchable said and others said, I would hope that folks would consider things a little bit more and not let things get to the point of abortion. That was my whole point when I said I can't understand why things get to the point of abortion these days when you have so many methods of preventing a pregnancy. But I hope it does sober up the community a little bit. But most likely what Kevin Carey said was true. It'll dip for a minute. Folks will find a way. Folks will go back to clothes hangers or whatever the hell people was using back in the day, cast oil, hot cast oil, all that kind of stuff. But I do hope it sobers us up a little bit. In the chat, Lero says, I don't think it will impact horticulture, which is very real. I think if anything, it may just be more organized. A lot of horticulture is under the guise of sexual liberation. Keter is here saying, greetings, family. Greetings to Keter. Lero goes on to say, but all in all, I think people don't understand the full range of abortion services and how they are health care for women besides just unwanted pregnancies, miscarriages, birth defects, etc. She goes on to say, so I feel bad for the women who won't have access to these services. The rest I'm not worried about. Yeah, so that's a good point. I should clarify that too. There's legit reasons for abortion, and that's the thing that bothered me with the decision. Although in the end, the states have the say now, so you guys got to get more participatory with the state and who you're electing and all that kind of stuff. But the lack of consideration for women who've been forced upon sexually and discovered that they're pregnant and all that stuff, there should be services for those women. There should be services for women who wanted to be pregnant, but some medical thing came up. I saw a headline. It was on Twitter today. Some woman needed like a life-saving abortion and was denied. But I do think that was in a foreign country. But those things should be considered and should be kept in place for women at large. if there's no last words, go ahead.
Certainly. Not and if I was to advocate for abortion, I really don't. But I would also say when you look at things like rape and incest in relationships, more than incest, I think that these things need to be considered as far as abortion is concerned. And I also wanted to say something Justice Clarence Thomas. He said that the other things that he was looking at and going after, which is very interesting, is reinstituting sodomy laws and gay marriage. You know, taking a second look at that gay marriage. So it's what's funny is the majority of the Supreme Court right now is conservative. So it'll be very interesting to see the direction that the United States will go in the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Some people some of these people clamoring for interracial relationships. We're talking about Loving versus Virginia might get repealed. I think Kare wants to say something. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask: is this a bad thing? It's going to really force us to we have to really stick together at this point. They're clamping down, man. The so-called democracy it never existed. Now you're seeing the curtains being pulled off. Now you're seeing it for what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say to piggyback off of what you said about certain times when a woman should be able to have an abortion.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we need to look also at the medical industry, because the reason that women that miscarry or have some type of medical condition that prohibits them from having the child, and in some cases it's even ectopic pregnancy, which can kill the woman, they're forced to try to deliver that baby or try to bring that pregnancy to term, or when they have to give birth to a stillborn baby that they know is dead in the womb. The medical industry bills those as abortions, and it's nothing for them to decide that they're going to change the code and assign it as something that's not an abortion because it was not a viable life. And I think that that's a disservice to women, and that they don't advocate for that because it's easy to get people's emotions riled up about quote unquote abortion.
And add to that, this medical apartheid stuff that goes on with Black women in particular, where Black women are marginalized, are not heard, and all that kind of stuff. So so that's the part of it that I have a problem with as well. This across the board thing I don't like at all. Lero says facts at the matron. You know what, guys? That was a good discussion on that. Let me go to Shooter Breeze topic number 2, if there's no last words there. And by the way, if you're listening and you want to be on the panel, just click the link. That I put in the chat, and you guys, and I'll drop it again in a minute or two, and you guys could join the panel. So Shooter Breeze topic number 2 tonight says another video speaking of Black Seminoles in Red Bay's Andros, the Bahamas. Attended an exhibition where Dr. Dunn expounded on his research and visit to Red Bay Andros. So this came with a link as well. Let's check it out.
It's the 1850s. The Fugitive Slave Act has just passed, and slavery is in full swing in America. And Harriet Tubman, born into slavery, is leading expeditions from the northern free states into the South, then rescuing enslaved people through covert missions back up north. It was known as the Underground Railroad, but it was neither an actual railroad nor was it underground. And while you may have learned about this northern route in school, there was an alternate route that enslaved people used to escape slavery many years before.
Why was there a need for a southern route on the Underground Railroad?
Well, the Southern Underground Railroad is something we knew very little about until recent times, and we're continuing to learn about it, and it's very exciting as an historian.
A lot of slaves who lived in the far south, Georgia, for example, coming to Florida was a shorter route than trying to get all the way north to Ohio or to Canada.
Florida's this no man's land. It's a refuge for Seminoles, enslaved people people fleeing the law in the southern United States and elsewhere.
Florida was a wild place. There was probably very little policing, law enforcement in Florida. There were Seminole Indians in Florida, and black escaped slaves often joined with them and were helped along the way. And then there were Bahamians in Florida along this coastline, Bahamian fishermen. And often the slaves using the southern route would be helped by Bahamian fishermen who would take them to the Bahamas and to freedom.
We are right now seated just 50 miles from Bimini, which is part of the Bahamas, not too much farther away from Andros Island. I bring that up because Andros was the key refuge for these enslaved people who made it across.
One of the problems that southern planters had was that slaves who were so close to Florida, particularly in Florida, was under the control of the Spanish up until 1821. There was really no getting these slaves back. The Spanish welcomed them into Florida. They saw these escaped slaves from Georgia and the Carolinas as a bulwark against the Americans who were moving into this region and wanted to take control of Florida.
For a Southern Underground Railroad to work, you needed assistance beyond the Spanish simply willing to permit escapees to pass through. While some indigenous tribes aided in the escape efforts of the Southern Railroad, others sought to capture and return enslaved people in exchange for weapons and other forms of payment. You also needed navigational assistance and supplies. Florida was raw, undeveloped, but it did have various waterways and long unprotected coastlines. Along this path is where the enslaved blacks would be introduced to their most likely collaborators, Florida's Black Seminole population.
The Black Seminoles were not people who were racially mixed with Indians. The Black Seminoles were people who intermarried with the Seminoles or camped or encamped themselves near the Seminoles and then joined an alliance, an agreement with the Seminoles to fight whites coming into Florida, the army in particular, to remove the Indians from Florida.
I think that eyewitness account says there were as many as 60 enslaved people and 60 Black Seminoles who were grouped down here, foraging for food, waiting for whatever vessels might come from the Bahamas to rescue them and take them out of the United States.
The nearly 500-mile journey to get to the southern tip of Florida and its many obstacles would prove to be just one part of this quest towards freedom. Once down here along Key Biscayne, escapees would have to coordinate the final leg of this arduous journey to get to places like the Bahamas. But why risk your life crossing the Atlantic Ocean after making it this far?
The attraction for the Bahamas and some other areas was that they were under the control of the British, and slavery had been abolished in England. So blacks in this country saw England as a place of freedom, because once you got there, you could not be enslaved. That was part of the appeal.
We do have an account of some enslaved people getting into what today we would call a dugout canoe and somehow negotiating these waters, which is beyond me.
Without any of the modern-day tools of maritime navigation and with limited assistance, nearly 1,000 enslaved escapees braved these waters of the Atlantic in hopes of reaching the Caribbean islands. This southern route was alive and well many decades prior to Harriet Tubman and the Northern Railroad movement. But whatever became of these escapees once they reached this island of freedom?
The place where most of the escaped slaves settled in the Bahamas was called Red Bays. It's on Andros Island. It's the closest point of land between Key Biscayne and the Bahamas. A Black Seminole community established itself at Red Bays. It still exists today. It's still unique. It's the most Africanized settlement in the Bahamas today.
The human quest for freedom is so strong that a human seeking freedom will try anything she or he can to gain freedom. And this was a great example, coming all the way down the center of this vast peninsula. I mean, it's so long, it's unreal. And then the final trek, somehow getting across these waters to a place that recognizes freedom and is not going to send you back.
This nearly impossible pathway to freedom came to an abrupt end once the U.S. purchased Florida from Spain in 1821. Florida quickly became a typical southern state that established a slavery-based economy, and the U.S. military was brought in to crack down on the escaped blacks here, along with their Native American collaborators.
So Florida was, it was in a sense an armed camp when we became a state. And the reason for that was to get the Indians out of Florida, to recapture escaped slaves, and to have white domination of Florida become a reality. And it worked very well.
Once it becomes American, that really means the end of this railroad. So it was long-lived with very scanty numbers, and we have just a bare bones understanding of it. But it's such an important chapter in our history. And you can see how different it is from the Northern Underground Railroad.
Interesting stuff, right? A lot of folks won't know that history, that connection, and I wonder what the ADOS FBA types are thinking when they hear that. Kevin Carre, did you know of that history, and what do you think of it now that you're seeing it?
Yeah, this is the first time I've heard about it. I stand, I'm like, wow, that's amazing. But what you said, with the FBA and the ADOS, they're gonna deny it. Like, oh, those are not people. You see, they ran away. Those are not Americans. We stood here and fought. But as I said, to risk your life to come down from those slave states to come through Florida, you're still risking, going through, the wildlife and starvation just to get to the Bahamas. It just says a lot about our people. We just when we put our minds to something, we determined to get it done. We're gonna get it done.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Caesar, again, thanks for coming through and joining the panel tonight. Caesar, were you familiar with this history? And if not, what do you feel about it after seeing that video?
Yeah, I was not familiar with this history. It was fascinating. My thoughts on it, why I liked it. I mean, this is a great example of, African American slaves going to the Caribbean. So technically these people would be, ADOS / FBA, right? They might not be happy about that though, but it's quite interesting. Yeah.
Full disclosure, Caesar, I don't know if you know this, but myself, Mr. Untouchable, Daily Affirmation by Pauline, we're all from the Bahamas too. So.
Oh wow, that's cool. Okay.
Matron, what did you see here?
I saw another piece of history that is a family story of mine that's been passed down coming to light. I have heard this history before, and Dr. Claude Anderson also talks about the southern route of the Underground Railroad. I knew we were all cousins. I don't know why we don't always know that we're all cousins.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dr. Clark talked about it too. Achieve Mindset is in the chat. I haven't seen the brother Achieve Mindset in a while. In fact, I haven't seen Achieve Mindset this early in a while. He's over in the UK. He said, the dude needs to stop with our history. He says they did not fight. What war did they fight? So he's talking about the ADOS FBA, who always talk about they stood up and fight. They stood up and fought white supremacy, like Kevin Carre pointed out. No, some of y'all fled and became became Bahamians, right? Became Caribbean. Carre, you want to say something?
Hold on. I'll speak after everyone's done. There's something I want to add to that. I'm sorry about that.
All right. In the chat, the Forecast Radio says, in a letter to Andrew Jackson during the Seminole Wars, a general said, "I can assure you, this is a Negro war." Right? You guys could join the panel, man. Click the link. Let me drop the link again in the chat. Anyone who's in the chat who wants to join the panel can join. The more, the merrier. The beauty of Shoot the Breeze is that it's a diversity of thought, not just people. So by all means, you guys can click the link and hop on. Mr. Untouchable, you're from the hometown, from Nassau. Did you know about this history?
Yeah, certainly. I they have a book on it. I forget who the author is. As far as the Seminole Wars and the slaves, well, what they consider to be the Seminole Wars, it's really was the black slaves fighting against Andrew Jackson those. And it's a good book on it, man. I just saw it at the bookstore the other day. Because what's interesting is the people on my father's side is from Andros.
Okay.
They from Mangrove Key. So we know about Red Basin from a long time ago, long time ago. But what also is interesting is that this is just a portion of the story, though, because not only did the slaves in the southern Florida areas coming running from the Atlanta and into Florida and Florida Keys, go to the Bahamas, they also went to other islands in the Caribbean as well. In particular, Haiti. Who was offering freedom from
if you could reach.
If you could reach there, how many people you know how people are, how many people are would have taken up that task to try to cross over to get into Haiti. They if they went in all the way into Canada, certainly they would have tried to see if they could pass a couple of miles of water to get into Haiti, certainly. And I don't think that that's necessarily talked about, because these people, when they have these ADOS arguments, if these people were a part of the institution of slavery in the Americas, and then they fled and went to the Caribbean, if you fast forward that maybe 400 years later, and now you see the families of these people coming back to the United States of America, aren't these people still your family members? So the whole argument of they are not us, it becomes ridiculous. It becomes so ridiculous. But because people don't necessarily have a historical reference, you make these kinds of arguments. Because I mean, if you even listen to the Gullah Geechee, people of South Carolina, I mean, they have an accent and parlance, everything. So it's just almost sometimes it's just ridiculous to have these kinds of arguments. But I understand that the people don't necessarily have the best cultural referencing sometimes.
Right.
So they come up with these ridiculous kinds of arguments. But we one big family. That's just what it is. That's what I believe.
Yeah. But before I go to Kevin Carre, Mr. Untouchable, if I ask you about the surname Hezekiah, what would you say? As a Bahamian, what would you say?
Hezekiah?
Yeah.
Well, I know Hezekiah's. I know Hezekiah's, but if you could name it, I could tell you the island. Hezekiah sounds like an Andros name, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think it's an Andros name.
Yeah, Hezekiah sounds like an Andros name.
Just like Roll is an Exuma.
Roll is an Exuma name. Yeah. You could place people in the different islands when you hear the last names. You know? So,
Island is a Lutra.
Island is a Lutra.
You know.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. So like, shout out to Lutra too, by the way.
Lutra.
But the reason why I asked you that question, I used to do a book club, right? The Bill Medicine book club with a guy named Carl Hezekiah, who lives in Florida. And I said to Carl, Carl, you need to look in your family history, because that name, that's a big behavior.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's all you gotta do. But the people don't really. We just getting into the whole science and DNA and all these kinds of things. But sooner or later, more and more people can start to realize that we are closer family members than we really considered before. I mean, it's ridiculous, because you would do a DNA test and discover that you have family members in America and never been to the Americas before. Yes. I have to ask the question, why is this? Yes. So like I say, we a big family, very big family. We have our differences, of course, because of the time that's involved in the separation. Our experiences may have been different, but I could assure you we are one big family from West Africa.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Mr. Untouchable. Kevin Carre, you wanted to add something?
Sorry about that. Yeah, my computers are kind of acting up. Yeah, I want to add something too. Remember, in the early part of the 20th century, a lot of people, Black Americans, left and fled to Europe because of what was going on. Well, it was like a big race war where the blacks and the whites were just going at each other. One of the big famous one that fled was Josephine Baker. I don't think she ever came back to the United States though.
Right. Josephine was the dancer, the entertainer out there in France. I think she did come back for the civil rights movement. I think she was a part of that when it happened. But she mostly, for her adult life was spent in France. In the chat, Keto says, so true to Mr. Untouchables. Speaking of us being one kind of big family in reality, man. We're just one set of West African people for real. And when we realize that, we will be better off for it. If no one has the last word here, I will go to Shoot Debris topic number 3. By the way, what's up with Jay and Gas Them Up? Shout out to those brothers, man. I didn't see them on last night. I hope they're well. So shout out to them.
They come on late, so they'll be around.
Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight is, why do they always say it's a race riot when the truth is it was always a massacre? And as I said in the preview of the show today, the prompt kind of answers its own question in a sense. They'll never want to admit it was a massacre, so they kind of smooth it off by saying it's a race riot. But this came with a link. Let's watch the link. And on the other side, we'll discuss the prompt as well as the link.
This is African American History is American History. Welcome. I'm your host, Harlan Kearsley. This program's goal is to foster understanding, promote discussion, and expand knowledge through stories of historical events, bios of unsung heroes, as well as timely and relevant news stories which hopefully will paint a vivid picture of the effects of segregation, discrimination, and bigotry on the lives of both Blacks and whites. Comparisons will be made between the many racially fractured periods of American history and what's going on right now. Named after Sidney Lanier, a poet and Confederate Army veteran, Lake Lanier in northeast Georgia is a popular weekend destination for millions each year. The lake is located just between Gainesville and Beaufort and is suitable for fishing, boating, and suntanning. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers estimates that some 7.5 million people visit Lake Sidney Lanier annually. But Lake Lanier's existence lends itself to a history of state-sanctioned theft and racial cleansing. Let's start at the beginning. After the Civil War, slaves in the South were emancipated and granted citizenship through constitutional amendments. But by the turn of the 20th century, all Southern states disenfranchised Blacks by passing laws to impede voter registration and voting. Georgia Democrats passed such a law in 1908, resulting in the disenfranchisement of all Blacks in the state. In addition, the white-dominated Southern legislatures passed laws imposing racial segregation in public facilities, upholding Jim Crow laws. Now, most rural Blacks worked as sharecroppers on white-owned land and were seldom able to get free from poverty. Before its completion in 1956, beneath Lake Lanier were several small towns, once occupied by farmers. One of the more well-known towns absorbed by the lake is Oscarville. Although portions of old Oscarville, Georgia still live on the map, the original city survived through lore. Written and oral history did not give the other towns purchased by the state the same grace, and they remain unknown. Oscarville, located north of the perimeter in Forsyth County, began as a small rural town in 1870. After the rape and beating of May Crow, an 18-year-old white woman, on September 8, 1912, an angry mob was formed and began tormenting the black residents of Forsyth County, Georgia. Some reports stated that the beating was so brutal that her eye was dislodged from her skull. The local papers said that she was beaten and died of her injuries. After her death, on September 23rd, the angry mob began burning black-owned churches, houses, and businesses. The two black men who were accused of her death were tried and hung, all on the same day. The local media reported,
"The crowd swelled to over 5,000 spectators. They watched in satisfaction as the lifeless bodies of these two low-brow gorilla-like Negroes hung there, swinging in the Georgia breeze like laundry on a clothesline."
It has also been noted that the grandniece of May Crow, Debbie Vermaat, thought that her assailants were completely innocent based on her grandmother's account of the incident. 2 weeks prior, Ellen Grice, another white woman, was allegedly raped by a black man. An angry militia hung him without any due process, investigations, or proper trial. And many others have lost their lives far too many times for crimes they never committed. As the mob grew increasingly more violent, they ran off, chased down, and hunted the black residents of Oscarville, Georgia. Eventually, the entire black population of Oscarville and Forsyth County, roughly 1,100 residents, were driven out. To this very day, Forsyth County continues to be recognized as one of the most racist places in the United States. Following this racial cleansing, Lake Lanier, a man-made lake, was created. Lake Lanier was forced upon the land of those affluent, self-sufficient blacks. The Beaufort Dam was also created and flooded in order to cover up the hidden horror of the county's past. There seemed to be very little punishment for racial injustice in Forsyth County. The cover story state and local legislature and news sources sold to the public was that Lake Lanier was flooded to ensure that Georgia was always replenished with a strong water source and to support hydroelectric power for the city of Atlanta. Even in 1956, people continued to lie about the facts of this creative cover-up. White residents even went to the extreme of raising the level of the lake high enough to cover the trees. Later, they came around frequently during the process to cut off the tops of the trees. Some of the stumps from the trees are there even today.
This is African American History is American History.
To be clear, what happened in Oscarville wasn't a freak occurrence. Between the 1860s and the 1920s, white Americans drove thousands of black residents from their communities. Since then, many of these communities have remained almost exclusively white. For example, Pierce City, Missouri, 1901. The white residents lynched 3 black men and banished all 300 of the city's black residents. By the year 2000, the census reported that Pierce City had remained majority white. Out of a population of 1,385, only 3 were black. In 1905, the white residents of Harrison, Arkansas, tried to erase the vibrant, although poor, black community in their town with a race riot. The U.S. Census of 1900 revealed a black community in Harrison of 115 people out of 1,501 residents. Relations between the white and black communities were reported as relatively friendly and stable before the riots. Then came the St. Louis and North Arkansas Railroad, later to be named the Missouri and North Arkansas Railroad, which was built through Harrison in 1901. The residents were giddy with visions of prosperity, but on July 1st, 1905, the railroad went bankrupt. This was a hardship for the townsfolk and the black railroad workers who had moved to the area. The white residents needed someone to blame for their misfortune, and the black folks seemed like as good a scapegoat as any. An angry mob went on a rampage through Harrison's black community. Numbering about 30, they burned down homes, shot out windows, and ordered all African Americans to vacate the town that night. From 1910 to 1920, African Americans fled the brutality of the South and poured into northern industrial cities by the thousands during the Great Migration. They came to find work and later to fill labor shortages created by World War I. Even though they had moved to the North, African Americans continued to face exclusion and discrimination in employment, housing, as well as some segregation in schools and public accommodations. However, Northern black men faced fewer barriers to voting. As their numbers increased, their vote emerged as a crucial factor in elections. The war and migration bolstered a heightened self-confidence in African Americans that would manifest itself in what would be called the New Negro Movement of the 1920s. The NAACP was at the forefront of this movement and lobbied aggressively for a federal anti-lynching law. East St. Louis, Illinois, 1917. Tulsa, Oklahoma, 1921. Rosewood, Florida, 1923. Washington, D.C., 1919. For decades, riots and massacres in all black communities, such as these and many others, were conveniently left out of the school textbooks. It wasn't until just this year that many white Tulsa, Oklahoma residents learned of the massacre in Greenwood and the destruction of what was once known as Black Wall Street. Since the Reconstruction era, angry whites fueled by resentment and race hatred have used violence to destroy the advances made by blacks. Let us never forget. This has been African American History is American History. The episode you've been listening to, The Truth About Lake Lanier, was written and directed by Harlan Kearsley. That's me. Thank you for listening. And if you haven't done so yet, please like and subscribe. Now, once you do, you'll be notified as new episodes are released.
Yes, indeed. Make sure to like and subscribe if you like the content that they put out. Make sure to like and subscribe to this channel as well while you're doing all that. In the chat, we got Jonelle is here saying good evening. Daily affirmation by Pauline. I don't know if she's on a delay. But she says, I attended a lecture about the Black Seminoles hosted by Dr. Marvin Dunn. She says Dr. Dunn visited Red Bay's Andros and saw that the practices of the Black Seminoles still exist. So I don't know if she's on a delay, but we're on a different prompt now. Achieve Mindset says it's important that we say when it is a massacre and when it is not. Saying race riot tries to give black people a sense of hope. Then he goes on to say, is this like Emmett Till's story, using the white woman to kill our black villages? And he says copy paste, bait and switch, etc. And then he says, share the link of the video itself. No problem. I'll share that momentarily. In the meantime, though, Kevin Carre, what did you see in that video? Remember that the prompt is, why do they always say it's a race riot when the truth is it was always a massacre?
Listen, I just see a massacre, man. That you will take black people are mind their business, building up their communities, and here you come because of your screw ups. You control the government, you control all this stuff, and yet your companies go bankrupt or you lose your job. That's on you. But you don't want to take it out on the powers that be, but you're going to come take it out on black folks. But that's the one glaring thing I saw in these videos, and we speak about this all the time. You always need men with guns to defend your town. If you don't have that, they're gonna always run roughshod. What was I saying? You said like two shows ago, the country that's beaten up a lot is the first country they'll always come after.
Yeah. The thing I always say about these massacres is like Kevin Carre just said, you have to have your men who are defenders, you have to have your guns. And like I always say, man, you regular white folks, you local white folks, you ain't gonna blow me out like that. We gonna have a tussle, and then you have to call in the reinforcement. If the government comes with their planes and their bombs and they take me out, so be it. But you regular white folks ain't gonna just run over me and mine in the community, and that's something that we have to get serious about. Caesar, what say you to what you just saw? Why do they call it a massacre? I'm sorry, why do they call it a race riot as opposed to a massacre?
I mean, it's obvious they want to neuter Black America. If people, remembered what happened in the past, I mean, no one would take building in America as a Black person seriously. Right. You come to America, make your money, and leave. When you hear about this kind of stuff, but when they don't tell us this, then we think, oh, you know what? This is a great place. My kids will live here forever, yada, yada, yada.
Yep. I agree with that. Matron, what say you?
I agree with what he just said. This is a way to neuter Black Americans and to make white people feel like they're not that bad. Because a riot implies a fight. If there's a riot, even if it's not a fair fight, it implies a fight and some type of, equal action going back and forth between these two parties of some sort. But when it's a massacre, it unveils the monster that these people really are and they really can be. And it unveils how they go in and they kill people and they kill children and they steal things and they break things. And it's all about what's in their heart. So I think that they call it that because they don't want white people to feel bad about themselves and they want Black people to feel neutered, like, well, we do fight, and to feel like these small steps that we take today are actual steps towards progress when it's not progress, it's just activity.
Mm-hmm. Well stated. I like that. Thank you. Let's welcome in the Forecast this week. Forecast, how are you this week?
What's going on, man? How everybody doing?
I'm good, man. Good to hear from you. You were in the chat tonight. You saw the video just now, I assume, and you see the prompt. Why would they say it's a riot as opposed to what it is, a massacre?
All right. To answer the question, is like you always call propaganda. It's like how when they used to slaughter people, they would call it a great victory. But if like 2 or 3 come, they called it a massacre. You know what I'm saying? If 2 or 3 of them died, even if they killed a lot more, they called it a massacre. But I do have to say that it was not always a massacre. Now, I do agree with the person that we should distinguish the difference between a riot and a massacre, but that was not always a massacre. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's the thing that they left out about a lot of these riots. Like, they mentioned the New Negroes movement, but they didn't mention what they was doing. There's a lot of these people who was coming back with guns and they was shooting back. Like the brother mentioned Josephine Baker earlier. During that riot, the East St. Louis riot, you know what I'm saying? Like when they did that, like, Black people got together, they formed barriers in their towns and cities or in their town. Then they had people get up on the on rooftops and shoot out the lights. And then when this car drove by with white people in it, they shot it up and it ended up being cops. And all the mobs that tried to come into the city, you know what I'm saying, they shot back at them. But it ended up being a war, you know what I'm saying? And I would say everybody should look up like Ida B. Wells' book, The Red Record, because she broke down all of the, like most of them up until her time anyway, about how they used all of this economic warfare. It was like literally economic warfare, but black people was fighting and shooting back. Like you have the Houston riot of 1917 where the black soldiers went around, you know what I'm saying, they killed like 30 some people. None of them, I think only one of them died or something like that. And I think he killed himself. And then, you know, you got the Robert Charles riot where he killed like 30 some people, you know what I'm saying? It took 30 some people to get him, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, there was a lot of people. So it wasn't always a massacre, but it was a massacre a lot of times. And we should talk about that. But, you know, but I'll pass the mic though.
No, I appreciate that. That's a good distinction. A lot of times, you know, I'm reminded of the 92, was it 92? When they had the riots in Cali, the LA riots. I just drew a blank on the brother who was beaten up. But anyway, there was a riot, and what they don't talk about is there were a lot of white folks.
Rodney King.
Yeah, Rodney King. There's a lot of white folks who bit the dust in that as well, but they don't talk about it as much. Let's welcome in Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, how are you this week?
I'm good, my man. How about you?
Great. Look, I caught you off guard a little bit there.
Peace to everybody on the panel and in the chat.
Yes, sir. Brother Bakari, you saw the video. You see the prompt. Why do they pretend, you know, why do they call massacres oftentimes riots, in your opinion?
Because when they riot, they created massacres. They were rioting, and in the process of their riot, they created massacre. But I also don't like how, you know, not them, because they're doing what they're supposed to do, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
There were times, even if it was just small battles or small scuffles, in which we won. There were times where we ran them off.
Yeah.
You know, so, and they're not going to talk about that, and they shouldn't. I'm going to be honest, they shouldn't talk about it, because everybody want to have some type of sense of pride, and they want to be known as the greatest warriors. So how would they be known as the greatest warriors? By being known as the greatest warriors is always showing their victories, right?
Yeah.
So now who showed their victories more than them? A lot of our people that's afraid on social media. I think they want to fear is the greatest tactic to rule anything. And I'm just being honest. That's why we're easily ruled. So they're going to into 2022, it can be, because a massacre is when they come out and slaughter and murder, right? I guess that's what a massacre would be.
Right.
And it would be considered a massacre. Like I said, in their riots, they created massacres. But in 2022, they are still doing massacres today. We don't even have to go all the way back then to see lynchings. Think about that. You don't have to go all the way back then to see lynchings. You don't have to go all the way back then to see a white man beating or killing a black man or woman in public in front of everybody so the whole world can see it. Think about that. So they're still doing the same thing today. I yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Brother Bakari. In the chat, Lero says, while these were indeed massacres, I think it's something to mention that white lives were lost too. Black people had forms of self-defense and took it seriously. She goes on to say, look at the numbers of white lives lost in some of these riots. Yeah, like, for example, look at the LA riot. Caesar, who's on the panel in the chat, says, I'm glad to hear this. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, Lake Lanier, wow. It is an area that is now for the elite. Had no clue of its history. Yeah, a lot of folks have been highlighting the fact that a lot of folks, like, it's a kind of a spooky place. In fact, the show Atlanta this past season kind of did a hat tip to the history of Lake Lanier as well. So you guys could check that out if you haven't checked it out already. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Yeah, when I read this question, the first question I ask is, who is this they? Because this they is that's a broad term. Yeah, that could mean anyone.
Yeah.
But when I see the word they, I have to say, do they have the responsibility or the duty to call what they do?
Right.
You know what I mean? What is a massacre as opposed to the race riot? I agree with Brother Bakari. Shout out to Brother Bakari, by the way, when he says that they don't necessarily have to duty. It's like a criminal writing a book calling himself a criminal. You know what I mean? It's like I was a criminal and I did some gangster shit in the past, and here's what I did on paper. That it's not his responsibility to do that. He is gonna create the narrative that puts him in the most nice place. He's gonna put himself in a hero position, and I think that since we as a community had the ability to read and to write, because I used to be against the law. So since we have so many people with the ability to read and write, the onus is on us to create our own narrative. Where are our history books? Is where people say, well, these things are not taught in the books. What books are you talking about? You know what I mean? Because if people could write and people could remember, you know what I mean, the onus is on for that community or that group of people to write their own history. That's not against the law. That's not against the law, and it's not against the law for you to teach your children about their history. No one could tell a Jewish child, no school could inform a Jewish child more about his history as opposed to his parents could, because they inform them continuously. They know more about Hitler than any high school teacher could ever tell them about, because they learn it at home continuously. So for us to say, well, these people, we are not taught these things in school, or they don't have them in the school books and things like that. The onus is not for gangsters to teach you about the fact that your people was taken advantage of and mistreated. The onus is on us to tell our version of the story, because it's not against the law for us to do so and inform our children into generations. That's what I believe.
I agree with that. So my follow-up question to the panel, and I'll go down the line. My follow-up question is, why do you think our folks are so afraid of defining and naming things on our own terms, right? Instead of calling the Tulsa, Oklahoma thing a race riot, why not call it what it is, right? Like why are we so afraid to call it what it is? Let me start with Mr. Untouchable.
Well, I depend. I think it depends on who you talk to. If you talk to brothers like Forecast and Brother Bakari and the great sister Matron, they can call things for what it is. They gonna put little punches with it. But if you talk to some integrationist person who trying to get along and fit into the greater society, and to sell a lie of all of us gonna wear this red, white, and blue because this is what we represent, he gonna have another narrative. Because he believed his forefathers is Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson, George Washington. That's who he believed, that he came here. How he came here with the founding fathers. He goes with that narrative. But there'll be some people who say, well, they're my fathers. You know what I mean? My fathers came on the bottom of a boat, and we was fighting from then. These guys, Thomas Jefferson, them are gangsters. So it just depends on who you speak to. I believe within my Black American community.
Yes, sir. Brother Bakari, I'll shoot the same question to you.
Ask it one more time. Make sure I have it right.
The question is, based on what Mr. Untouchable had said earlier, why is there this quote unquote fear within the Black community at large to name these things what they are, either a riot or oftentimes what it is, a massacre? Why do we go along with what these enemies of ours?
Fear. Absolutely afraid to go against it. That's my take. It's fear.
Fear, okay.
Fear.
Okay. Forecast.
And wait a minute, and one more.
Okay.
Fear and victim mongering.
Victim mongering and fear. Okay. Forecast, what say you?
Well, I agree with them, so I'll take it from a different way. I'll say that a lot of us don't know about a lot of the success that we had. You know what I'm saying? We don't study our because Mr. Untouchable and some inspired me to go through our history step by step and just document everything. You know what I'm saying? I literally went through this whole thing for like at least the last 600, 700 years. And some I wanted to add on to what we were saying just now. It's two other things like the KWAZ riot in 1964. People should look that up, and the Jack Johnson riots. That was kind of crazy with black people fighting back. And do y'all know like the year before Martin Luther King got killed, it was like riots all throughout America in '67, I think, where black people was fed up and they was like, it wasn't the we will turn the other cheek. It was when black people started saying, you gonna get taken out, at least take 2 or 3 of them out with you. And they was like, if you don't want to listen to Martin Luther King, well, now you got to listen to people like Kwame Ture, you know what I'm saying? And Bakari always mentioned Robert F. Williams in his book We Will Shoot Back. And then and one quick thing, because in the video they mentioned black people moving north, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I get when people say that, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying like there were people who did it, but I do want to put it in context because not everybody was trying to like you got to understand, like during this time, like during the Great Migration, this was like during around the time of World War I and all of this. It was a bunch of economic stuff going on. There was people who if you look on the thing, like people who grandfathers killed somebody who tried to try somebody in their family, it had to go north, you know what I'm saying? So like they was a lot of people was trying to, you know what I'm saying, get money. That's making no excuses, but you know what I'm saying, just a part of it,
Right. I appreciate that forecast. Make sure you guys are checking out. Subscribe to the Forecast YouTube channel. Subscribe to Brother Bakari on YouTube as well. Caesar, same question to you. What do you think is the reason why we go along with these terminologies as opposed to calling it out as it is?
Well, I think it's because there's always been, Black America. I mean, the Black world has always been, divided. This is probably the most connected the Black world's ever been, 2022. So when you look at the demographics, when you make up 10% of the population, there's going to be a part of you that says, let's integrate, and I think that when you talk about those painful things that happened, that makes that difficult. When you're only 10% of the population, I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to go militant? You're not going to do that. So you don't want to talk about the pain. Okay, that was the past. Let's integrate. And we've been trying to integrate. It hasn't been successful, but I think that's why.
All right, Caesar, I appreciate that. Matron, you want to add anything there?
I just want to say that I think Black people continue to have to coin an Obama term, the audacity of hope. So they don't pass down these stories to their children because they think it's going to get better. They don't want their children to fight. They do want their children to be integrated into the society, to have an opportunity. And we're not trained in any capacity. None of our institutions that we've had and none of the institutions or organizations that are still around teach us how to really be self-sufficient. So from my perspective, it's the economics of the situation. We have a false expectation, and then it's just to lessen the pain, because even in slavery, there are stories of the children that were in those plantations and on those plantations, and the mothers tried to make them as comfortable as possible, even throughout the institution of slavery, as horrible as that was. So I think that's why.
I was talking to one grandmother one time, not my grandmother, but one grandmother one time, and she was telling me how she doesn't like to point out certain racial things to her grandkids because she didn't want to influence their minds. And I was looking at her like, are you daft? Like, you're supposed to teach them about their enemies and what to look out for and what to sidestep. But a lot of our people are on this thing of that was the past. Let it be, in the past. We trying to live as one today, and that is one of our big failings. Kevin Curry, I give you the last word on this problem.
I have to agree with Mr. Untouchable. It's all about who you ask. Like recently, I mean, not recently, but this has been going on for years. I would talk to people on the streets about certain history, very pivotal point of history for Black people in this country, and they're like, "Oh, I never knew that. I never knew that existed. This is what I learned in school." But Koku, remember when we were in college, we always had a club that brings in like an influential Black speaker, and they talk that informs about our history. And during Black History Month, I know I really I hate that term Black History Month, but there used to be a lot of stuff there for us. Now all that stuff is dried up. It's all about I had this conversation about the college. It's all about inclusiveness, to be multicultural. So remember the Brooklyn Public Library at one point. If you remember, we took the escalator up the steps. That first room used to be the African American room. Like, it was all Black street. Then I think in the 2000s they got rid of it. I'm like, well, why did you move it? It's all here in one place. Oh, it was to make it more easier to get those books. And that makes no sense. And then the white lady walked away. But what I'm saying is, it's all about education. We're not educating the young, and that's what we're going on right now with all these shootings and things being out of control. But I yield the mic.
Yeah, I agree with that point too. The education, we're not educating our own people. This is what I was getting at with that grandmother who was telling me she didn't want to influence her grandkids. But that education, with the proper education, we would properly identify and label these things. What's a massacre versus what's a riot? Like Lero and others pointed out, we would educate our youth how many they lost, how many we lost, and keep things into a certain context. And we're not, for the large part, a lot of us are not doing it. And you could see that in the numbers of African-centered schools, the quality of curriculum in these African-centered schools that do exist. And so in that way, we're kind of failing ourselves. You know what I mean? Anyway, if there's no last words there, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 simply states, I support the Second Amendment. This came with a link. And the link says, Supreme Court overturns New York's concealed carry law, expanding gun rights. There's a video here. Let's play it, and then we'll discuss it afterwards. Yeah, so that was that video. The article itself says
the Supreme Court is now casting a shadow after this weekend's NYC Pride March. Planned Parenthood announced today.
Sorry about that. The article itself says, in a 6-3 decision by the court's conservative majority, the justices ruled that requiring people to demonstrate a particular need for carrying a gun in order to get a license to carry one in public violated the Second Amendment right to bear arms. Whoever has the mic open, please mute that. Justice Clarence Thomas wrote for the majority that the Constitution protects, quote, an individual's right to carry a handgun for self-defense outside the home, end quote. In a dissent joined by his liberal colleagues, Justice Stephen Breyer focused on the toll taken by gun violence. Quote, since the start of this year alone, there have already been 277 reported mass shootings, an average of more than one per day, Breyer wrote. The decision is expected to ultimately allow more people to legally carry guns on the streets of the nation's largest cities, including New York, Los Angeles, and Boston, and elsewhere. About a quarter of the U.S. population lives in states expected to be affected by the ruling, the High Court's first major gun decision in more than a decade. Quote, shocking, absolutely shocking that they have taken away our right to have reasonable restrictions, New York Governor Kathy Hochul said in reaction to the ruling. We can have restrictions on speech. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater, but somehow there is not restrictions allowed on the Second Amendment. New York City Mayor Eric Adams said in a statement that the justice's ruling, quote, opened an additional river feeding the sea of gun violence. But we will do everything we can to dam it, end of quote. Yeah, for those who don't know, this is something I want Mr. Untouchable to also understand. In past weeks, we've talked about the Constitution having in it, the Second Amendment that allows folks to have gun ownership and protect themselves. But the truth of the matter is, in these big cities, especially these big cities that are Democratic run, the gun laws are very restrictive. For you to even get a piece to protect your home or your apartment or whatever, it's so restrictive. It's not funny. I think I talked about this on Shoot the Breeze some months ago. I asked a friend of mine, an old college buddy who's a cop, what's the best way of going about, getting this license, this permit to have something in the house. And he said to me straight out, you got to be Jewish. That's what he said to me. That's how difficult it is. That's a cop telling me. I thought he was going to have some, some insight, maybe a cosign or something to help me out. Nah, he was like, no, you got to be Jewish. So I just want folks outside of the U.S. to understand that not all of these states allow you that Second Amendment right, like a lot of people think. Brother Bakari, I think you're in an area where you have the ability to carry a weapon. What do you think about this?
And I carry my weapon everywhere I go. For the record, right. I'm glad you should have the right to protect yourself. Why do the government? Why do they want you unarmed? Mm-hmm. Think about you. They want you in a position where you can't even defend yourself from them. And who's harassed by them the most? Mm-hmm. Us. All that stopping and frisking, all that nonsense. It will it will stop because you in a position to. And I'm not saying just take your weapon and start busting, right? But what I am saying is now you're in a position to defend yourself. They will start thinking 2-3 times before they do anything to you. And I'm going to make a suggestion. Everybody in New York City, every black person in New York City, go get you a gun. Get you 2 or 3 of them and a lot of bullets. But that's my take on it. They want you unarmed, and I'm glad that they changed their law because we deserve the right. We should be able to protect ourselves, and if they hadn't, maybe we need to should have been making ghost guns too. I get it, Mike.
I agree with that. The idea that I have to cower in my home while some thug armed to the gills is walking around in my home and I'm cowering in a corner with my family waiting for some cop to come is absolute madness. Full disclosure, I had a friend. He went to college with me too. He worked with me in the library. This was many years ago. I think Kari might know who the guy is too. But he moved and got married, and he moved down to Georgia. And lo and behold, he made the news because two guys tried to break into his home, and he capped them. And they ran off. He didn't kill them. They ran off. They tried to go to the hospital to get help and all this kind of stuff. But I was proud of the brother because he went down there, and he did what he was supposed to do, get himself his weapon, and he protected his family. At the time, he had a newborn child. He capped these 2 dudes trying to come through his window. and I was proud of him for doing this. So shout out to that brother. But to have us around New York City with all the violence, and in New Jersey with all the violence and all that stuff, and you can't arm yourself, is just madness. Forecast. I don't know where you live, but how do you feel about this vote right now?
Yeah, I'm in Virginia. It's an open carry state. And you can get a conceal. You just got to take a class or whatever. But yeah, like I would say, yo, every individual needs to be able to protect themselves, to protect your house. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Already is like no baby food in the stores. So like, what do you think is gonna happen when people start getting hungry for real? Like all of that religion, all of this like talk, all of your ideologies is going out the window. And really, that might be the only thing that's gonna save us at the end of the day. But like, yo, you have to be in a position to protect yourself. And also, like, I know we're not on this level. You're not going to be able to stop people from coming into your communities to harm you if you're not able to protect yourself. How you going to get an Asian out of your corner, or Arab from opening up a store if you don't even have no way to enforce protection? In America, by the way, spends the more money than any country combined. All the countries, other countries combined, on self-defense. And if there's one thing you should learn, is straight self-defense. But like, yo, at the end of the day, like, it's the real world. Like when it comes to somebody that you really love, like, are you telling me like you just want to just wait, or you know what I'm saying, or you want to have the ability, because like there is no rewind, you can't bring them back, none of that, you know what I'm saying? So like you got to be ready to protect yourself at all times. Like, and at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know, like, they used to say, like, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6, you know what I'm saying? So I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%, man. Caesar, I don't know where you are, but what do you feel about this decision?
You know, of course, I support the Second Amendment. I mean, we're a minority group. We're 12% of the population. We claim that the white world is so racist. White America is so racist. We claim that, oh, if you call the cops in a black neighborhood, they don't come. They take their time, yada, yada, yada. Why wouldn't we support the Second Amendment? Why aren't people strapped? Or at least believe that we should be strapped? Or, you know, I don't understand. Why would we want to not be armed? So I think it's brainwashing. Like, I don't really understand why I wouldn't support it.
In case you guys are new around here and you don't know, by the way, Sister Ross here saying greetings, Meidrin, and the a big part of this vote. They cited Maj Touré and the hashtag Black Guns Matter, and I had Maj Touré on the show some years back. You guys could look up in the archives and find that episode. It's a pretty good episode, actually, if I do say so myself. But Maj was you know, his movement was actually big in this too. So shout out to Maj Touré for what he did there as well. You know what I mean? Matron, where you are, is it an open carry state, or what's the deal there?
Yeah, I'm in Michigan, and we're an open carry state. We also believe that neighborhoods and communities can form their own little militias. White people do it all the time up there in the woods. Black people, not so much. And I have two things to say about this. A well-armed society is a polite society, and you don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
Absolutely. I like that. A well-armed society is a polite society. That's a part of the problem. If you live in one of these places where, listen, the quote-unquote bad guy is always going to be a bad guy, no matter how many laws you put up. They're going to have the illegal shit regardless. And so what you're setting up is a case where the guy who's on badness, he could just run up on you and do whatever, because he knows chances are you ain't got nothing to protect yourself, or you ain't got what he got, at least, to protect yourself. And so, you know, I never understood that about places like New York and stuff like that, and Cali and stuff like that. These dudes already have the weapons, man. You might as well make it fair. Give us a fair chance at survival. But I'll digress there, and I'll go to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
No, I'm jealous of my American brothers and sisters who has the ability to own handguns and can carry it. Wow, that's oh man, that's so awesome. I think, like I say, told you guys before, I am a big believer in Second Amendment rights in the United States. I think it's one of the best things that they can have as a part of your Constitution. Um, I think the right to protect yourself and your family is a big thing. You know, the only way we could get, we can't even access handguns. We only can get, we have a right to own shotguns,
Right.
have shotguns, and the basis of having them is, you know, you have to basically say, well, you are going hunting or you protecting a business. It's very difficult for private citizens to own handguns in my country. So I am envious of that. I wish we had the ability to have handguns. So I say exercise it in particular because your brothers and sisters are 13% in an extremely hostile environment. So I would advocate that the Black community should be completely armed to the teeth. You know, if I could help it, you know, but that's just me. But I applaud the Supreme Court with this decision that you don't necessarily have to show or explain any kind of just cause for owning a weapon. The only thing I would caveat it with is the fact that I do believe that should be some criterias in just anyone owning a handgun, because you got some crazy MFers out here. You know what I mean? So, you know, even if within our community, if we're being honest, so I wouldn't want them to possess a gun because they could just take it home and shoot their girlfriend in the face. So I don't want that to happen. But as far as reasonable people, I believe that they have a right to possess the guns because the gangsters have it. They don't give a damn about the law.
No.
So, you know.
No. Gangsters have it. Yes, sir. Gangsters have it. They don't give a damn about the law. You know, Bob Marley, I always think about this, and I talk about it here and there on the show. Bob Marley had this quote back in the day that as a kid I didn't fully understand, but as an adult I understand it. He said that it's the laws that make criminals, man. When you come up with these gun laws like that, you create the criminals because the criminal, they don't care. You know, they'll shout raiders and run through your house and shoot you up. They don't care.
And rape your wife in front of you while you watch.
Yeah. That shit has happened in Nassau a couple times, right? So it's wild. In the chat, Forecast said to the folks, Ukraine is training regular citizens with guns. Meanwhile, we have to cower where we are. Sister Ross says, if I come from Mississippi.
Hold off an hour. Right, man. You know, this YouTube sister.
Talk straight. Be playing, right? Anyway, Kevin Carre, what say you to this?
I am supporting the Second Amendment. As you said, man, I also agree with what Mason said. Gun owning society makes a polite society. Because my friend from Louisiana told me everyone is polite with each other down there because you never know who you're up on. Might be your last day. But that's what I'm saying. But what this does for New York now that you can get the guns now, it sends a message to those people, knuckleheads that's been shooting up these neighborhoods. Like you never know, this could be your last day running up on somebody you think it's gonna be a victim. I don't know if this is kind of like off the chain. Coco, you ever seen the movie Death Wish?
Yeah, of course. Charles Bronson.
That was like more fiction about New York City in the 80s, but it kind of reminded me of that in part two, where the guy, that giggler guy, he thought he had an easy victim. He thought he was fast, so he runs and grabs the guy's camera, and the guy pulls out this military assault. I don't know what it was, but he shot him like dead through the back. But that's what I'm saying. These guys are gonna start to think now. They're gonna start to think, I don't know, man. If this guy could be a victim, could it be easier, or I'm gonna be dead? But I digress.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely. You got to even this thing up. Yeah, I just see what Raw was saying earlier. Now I take a step back. I realize Dorico Cooper says, "Peace, family." Peace to Dorico Cooper for coming through. Sister Ross says she's sick and tired of being sick and tired. I feel you on that too. So this is a good step. I hope it's not a smoke and mirrors type thing where they're making it look like you have the ability now and people get their hopes up and really and truly that justification or whatever need that you claim to have will just be denied. I hope they actually give people a good chance, because I've been on this case for a couple of years now, about getting something to protect my home and family with. If there's nothing else left to say on that,
Can I say something right quick?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Take your time.
To the sister from Michigan, she said they got the right to form their militias. And it just made me think about something I studied, and I know I ain't gonna. And I discussed this with people, and I know a lot of people don't know. So, you being from Michigan, do you know how the University of Michigan got their name, the mascot, the Wolverines?
No, I don't. Please tell me.
They actually named their university after a white militia.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Wolverines. They did not name it after the animal. They named it after a white militia that was in Michigan.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's what they named. Yeah, look at
We take it kind of serious here. They think that this is a democratic state, but we got real conservative values. And people underestimate. We still in the Midwest. People underestimate a lot of things that go on in Michigan. I know that you were talking about limits on who could get a gun. I know there's a federal registry. Like if you've been adjudicated to a mental health facility by a judge or something like that, that's one of the pros. We just need to be careful.
Yeah, I think your sound cut out there a little bit at the end, but you said we have to be careful.
Yeah, you do have to be careful. Michigan, that's the only place where I met some people when I was in the military.
Okay.
Well, a state where black people live. That's the only state where I met white people that said they had never seen a black person had never seen black people in person until they joined the military.
Wow.
And that's a state where some black people live. Detroit, Flint, Lansing, Saginaw, East Lansing. But I literally met white people from Michigan. They had never, ever seen a black person. Never seen black people.
I'm sorry, Bakari, go ahead.
No. That's it. Go ahead.
I remember watching, I think it was a Michael Myers documentary on Detroit and the automotive industry. I can't remember the name of it now. But apparently Detroit, and the matron, I guess, dropped out to get her sound together. But apparently Detroit was very much segregated in terms of the white side and the black side. All those white folks were living this kind of decadent life. I think it was a Mike Myers documentary. They were living this decadent life, tea parties and all this stuff, while black folks was sweating it out on the other side. So I could kind of see how perhaps the average person in Michigan and Detroit and all that maybe had never seen a black person up close before. I could kind of see it based on that documentary. The matron says she got kicked. She'll be back on later. I appreciate that, matron. If there's no last words for that prompt, let's go to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 5.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is when swirling goes wrong. Make sure you guys hit the like button, share the episode on your social media. That helps a whole lot. Share the episode. You can even share the panel link if you want to. The more the merrier. So I appreciate it. And again, if you're in the chat watching the show, post your thoughts on these topics as well. We get to feed off of those comments. Sister Ross says them gonna come and say we've been free now for so long, and then find that we still live like the animals, the worst of the worst beings on the planet. So back to slavery we go. Yeah, if we're not careful, we will be back in slavery if we're not careful. If we don't wise up. At least that's my personal opinion. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight is when swirling goes wrong. We're making really good time tonight. This prompt came with a link. And I think it's an article, yes. Married interracial YouTube couple Gin and Juice alleged domestic abuse in public fight amid divorce. So this is Gin, I guess, and Juice over here. The marriage of YouTube duo Gin and Juice, who rose to fame by sharing videos of their real-life marriage as an interracial couple, has come to a very public and explosive end, with each side alleging physical abuse. Juice, whose real name is Saroz, initially posted a video on April 26 detailing that the couple had not posted much in recent weeks because Jin, also known as Gohan, was going through a quote-unquote rough time and had returned to Korea to take a break and spend more time with his friends and family. Quote, there's one thing to be an interracial couple, it's a whole another thing to be an international couple, Saroz explained, sharing that there was no definitive time for when he would return. To their nearly 1 million subscribers, she said cheerfully that it would be just her on their channel for a while and asked fans to comment with encouraging words because Gohan's love language is words of affirmation. The couple shared 2 children named Savone and Sefer and had started the channel roughly 2 years ago after meeting in South Korea. Gohan has not only his family members' names tattooed on his neck, but also a large forearm tattoo of Saroz's face. The couple experienced success after their My Girlfriend Freestyle Raps in Korean video from a year ago went viral, garnering over 10 million views. Some of their most popular uploads have included pranks, music videos, reactions, and vlogs regarding their Korean and Black American backgrounds. On June 3rd, however, Gohan posted a shocking tell-all video titled Exposing Gin and Juice on a separate, independent YouTube channel under his rapper name, Young Gohan. So I guess I'll play this video and then we'll discuss it.
Damn, it's probably been a long time since you guys saw me. There's been a lot going on for the past 2 months, probably including the TikTok video of me kissing another girl in the club, my sudden disappearance. So today in this video, I wanted to address everything. I don't know if I'm going to keep this short or if I'm going to just like spill everything. The reason I've been avoiding this whole situation, somebody told me it would be very devastating for the babies. The more I think about it, the truth needs to be revealed to continue on living like a healthy life. You probably know me from Gin and Juice. We started YouTube about 2 years ago. Somebody said that I left America because I missed my family and made a whole video about it, but that is not true. I would say I escaped because I was going through domestic violence. Shout out to Johnny Depp for giving me the courage to make this video right now. So I don't know if you can see, I got a 2nd-degree burn mark from burning me with the hair straightener at 450 degrees Fahrenheit. I've had knives on my throat with somebody threatening to kill me. That somebody prevented me from having any power or control, including finances. Last year, we made a company called Gin and Juice LLC. She's the sole CEO and employee in that company. She did not want to put my name in there, I'm assuming because she thought I would run away or get myself a house in America. All the money we make from Gin and Juice, including any sponsorships, go straight into Gin and Juice LLC, which is her bank account. You know, I think I need to start from the beginning. I'll just tell you my whole fucking story. We met in Korea, but we met on Tinder. There's a whole video explaining how we met on the subway. That's a straight up lie. We did not just meet on the subway. We met in the subway station because we decided to meet through Tinder. She was kind of embarrassed about the fact that we met through an online dating app. We dated for 3 months in Korea. We went to America. She was pregnant. We had a baby, so I decided I would just get my green card over there. The thing is, I still don't have my green card. It took like a whole year for me to even get into like the interview, like almost a year. I did get approved for a 2-year conditional green card, but we haven't went to the interview, so I can extend that to a 10-year. My green card is going to expire very soon, so I'm probably not going to be able to legally step in America anyways. The main reason I decided to escape to Korea and not anywhere else in America, it was literally impossible for me to even think of staying there without without proper documents. I can't get it without her help. I was basically done getting abused. I did not have a life. I slept 3 to 4 hours on average every single day. And mind you, I'm somebody who usually sleeps like 12 to 14 fucking hours on average. She'll basically just trap me in the room and gaslight me into editing videos back to back to back to back. I do not think she is willing to send the kids over to Korea for me to be able to take care of them. I've asked her to like send them over 3 months at a time, 6 months if that's possible, or more. I'll take care of them. She denied, so and I do want to see my kids, so I am going to have to internationally get a divorce and get like the judge to, you know, I've changed almost 100% of the poop diapers because she didn't want to. I mean, she says her smell is really sensitive, so she can't stand the smell of baby poop. But I don't like baby poop smells either. And 95% of the pee, I've had to do like pretty much literally everything from filming to editing, feeding the babies. She was usually just on the bed, just watching TikTok all day. For the first like 6 months, I could not work. It took a very long time for USCIS to give me a work visa even. And I wanted to work under the table, like construction work or something, but she didn't want to risk me getting deported. She said she would work 3 jobs, which she did. She barely slept and she worked very hard. In that phase, I was very stressed about the fact that I'm not bringing in any income for the family. I felt like luggage, drank almost every day. One day, I drank a whole bottle of wine. I was sleeping on the floor. This is what she says. She wanted to wake me up and take me upstairs. I started punching her shin. When I woke up, she told me that. She told me I started it. I don't remember. I'm not denying the fact that it might have happened. It could have very much happened and it's not right, and I am sorry for that, but that was her excuse for starting to hit me, slap me around when things got heated, or simply if I didn't agree with what she thought. My girlfriend freestyle raps in Korean. That video blew up, our channel blew up, the money started coming in like crazy for a while. Before all that, the content for our YouTube channel, we were happy filming. I was happy editing, like interacting with our whole community. I felt like we kept it really, I don't know, I say genuine. And then after that, most things, I'm sure you guys can tell, are scripted. Not necessarily a bad thing, but I would say that's not the lifestyle that I wanted. She thought it was necessary for us to do that because it guaranteed us a certain amount of income. I don't think so, because even if we didn't do all that shit, people subscribed to our channel and loved us because of who we were. It was very hard to have an opinion. I'm a very strong opinioned person, but she did not allow herself to lose, even if she was wrong, I feel like. If I didn't.
Okay, I gave him 5 minutes. That's like an 18-minute video alone. This is the My Girlfriend Freestyle Raps. I'll play a couple minutes of this.
What?
Beats.
These niggas on DoorDash stay asking for so much extra sauce. So much extra sauce. Remember that one bitch from Arby's left me a voicemail? Left me a
이백을 달래서 300을 줬어?
받은 거야?
다 만들었어.
프리스타일 꼰대.
마음을 준비하는데.
다른 명이 노래했어. 야, 헤이리에서 왔지. 헤이러 들어왔니? 내 동생 마약 팔지. 2천만 원 팔지. 오빠가 사줬지. 500짜리 반지.
Okay, obviously she's a whole goofy to begin with. Let's see what she had to say in this video here.
Annyeong. What's up, guys? It's your girl Rose, and it's been a while. It's been probably like it's been like about to be 3 weeks since we posted on the Gin and Juice channel. And you know, I like to be very transparent with you guys, and I'm gonna try to get through this entire video without crying. I'm also gonna try to get through this entire video without cutting anything or anything like that, just because this is like a very emotional time for the both of us. But like, as you guys know, like since we first started our YouTube journey in like 2019, like without fail, we had kind of like been posting like consistently. We went from doing things weekly to, you know, being like bi-weekly, like all that stuff. We, you know, have just the amount of success that we've had through YouTube in the past couple years has been exponential, and it's blessed us in so many ways. Like it's blessed us with, you know, the Jinju fam and just like this amazing group of people from all around the world that we were able to share our life experiences with and able to share our children with. And it's just really, the whole thing has been a huge blessing. And as you know, we haven't posted for like 2 going on 3 weeks now. And I just, y'all know, like I like to be transparent, and I'm going to try to be as transparent as possible without like diving too much in the situation, just because I can't really speak for Gohan, but just like you guys have seen like the past couple videos and kind of that he's been down and he's kind of been in a rut. And I will just say that he has been really conflicted with his emotions in terms of us being an international couple, because being interracial is like one thing, but when you have your family and your life and everything that you know like on a completely other side of the world, like things really do get rough. And it got to a point for him where it was like, you know, this was getting really rough. um and he made the decision that, you know, um it was the right time to go back to Korea and just spend some time with his family. So he's been gone for like 2 weeks now. I was just in Korea a couple days ago to see him as well. Like this is very difficult, very emotional. Like since we've been together, like the max amount of time that we spent away from each other has been probably like 4 days. 4 days is the longest we've ever been away from each other. So now going on like 3 weeks, this is like very difficult. I actually haven't even, this is like the first time that I'm back in the apartment since everything has kind of like went down, like since he, you know, made the decision to go and spend some time with his like friends and family. Just because it's like this was our place, you know, like, and we were getting ready to do like a whole bunch of good things, productive things, progressive things, or whatever with like our future. But, you know, kind of just the overwhelming emotions and missing his friends and family and life back in Korea and all that stuff was starting to get to him a little. There was also kind of, I guess I could say, stuff that had to do with like YouTube. As you go, you get, sorry, I can't mess up because I'm not going to cut it. But as you guys know, or maybe some of you don't know, Gohan has actually been Gin and Juice's like editor for a long time, and he does a freaking amazing.
All right, I'm done with that. In the chat, I ain't got no time to watch some bedwench talk about some Japanese guy. In the chat, the chief mindset was saying, "How are you going to call yourself Juice?" His family said, "Cancel it." Talking about the YouTube channel. He goes on to say, "Notice she went to Korea to find him. He properly left to Korea to run from child support and alimony." Chief Mindset also said, "LOL, she went to Korea to find a simp." Let me introduce the Chief Mindset to the panel. Chief, how are you, brother?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good.
Greetings.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. I've been listening in, but I haven't been able to tune in a bit.
Yes, sir.
Doing some computing and learning and stuff. But oh man, I was listening. I didn't want to join in earlier. I mean, the conversation was flowing, and the other topics, the panel, did great. But this one is just funny because you guys are older, but this couple here and these other couples on YouTube, right? There's been a lot of pressure on young black males, young black men to follow them, you know. Or when they
Oh,
take
really?
them, yeah, when they take them to Japan or Costa Rica for holiday, them and the mixed race children. How come these black men can't do that? Especially in Lipstick Alley and all those places. Black men get ridiculed for not doing the same thing. And the funny thing is that, right? She went to Korea to find him. You understand? He didn't come and find her. And with interracial relationship, it's always the black person seeking out the other race. Like, what's funny in all of this is that, right? He did it to get a green card. She knew what he wanted and never gave it to him. Got the two children out of him, and she's gonna try to do some Kim K-S thing to try to do a mother and the two children's life, and she's gonna find out on YouTube that she's just like all those other not disrespecting those black women with the children doing the YouTube thing. Nobody cares because why? They didn't come to see your face. They didn't come to see you sell talk about you and your children. They came because you are in an interracial relationship and it's entertaining for them. You understand? And the funny thing is that he just packed up what 2019. He just packed up in like what 3 years and gone. His family was like, look, cut it off. It's disrespectful to us. And I don't know if you watch Netflix or anything, but they seem to have some weird obsession with, not weird obsession actually, it's a good obsession with authority and a ranking and how to greet people. You know what I'm saying? Formally, informally. And he probably went back home and like, yo, what goofy stuff are you doing? Cut it off. You're disrespecting our people. Seriously, bro. You look, think about it. Like she ain't gonna she's not gonna get no alimony. Her YouTube space is gonna be a child support and alimony, and she's not gonna do any. She's nobody's gonna want to know more about her. And that's the funny thing because I don't, because you guys are, oh, you don't see it, right? But there's been threads, there's been talks on Twitter, not Twitter Space, but Twitter about these couples, these other couples that's doing it, and you know how great they are, how they're an example to black men, and all this nonsense. And man, I am just, I don't know what the phrase is, but I'm rejoicing, man. I ain't gonna lie, I'm rejoicing. You know what I'm saying? I want some of their tears to drink, so I am rejoicing because these people they don't target. The funny thing is this. Oh, I'm sorry. They don't target other races with their content. They target black women. That's the problem. They keep, and YouTube facilitates this. You watch a black couple talk about their life, you enjoy it, and all the recommendation is them. You know what I'm saying? It's facilitating it to keep bringing us down. So when I see this kind of stuff, I personally rejoice because it shows once again that these type of stuff are fake, they're not genuine, and it's never going to be as great as black love. And that's all I have to say, man. So I'm happy for this. I'm very happy.
I appreciate that, Chief, because you kind of highlighted something I was trying to figure out. Like, how did, who's this? This is Yahoo News. How did they know about these people and whatnot? But you see, that's how these algorithms work, man. They promote this type of shit too. Brother Bakari, I think you have to leave us. So before you go, let us know what you think about this prompt when swirling goes wrong. First of all, were you familiar with this couple?
No, I was not familiar with them.
Okay.
I'm familiar with Koreans because I was in the military and lived there for a whole year, and I know they don't like black people at all.
Talk about it.
They really don't, and they were, you know, of course they come back, they'll copy your style, they sell your stuff back to you. They will even tell you how they have copied, how they study black people, know what black people like, and that's how they're able to sell it to them. You know, but they really, for the most part, they really don't care. They really don't care for black people that much, right? Now, one thing, and I even put this in the chat, but when the goop was talking, when that boy was talking, that Korean boy, when he was talking, he said he only been sleeping 3-4 hours a day, but normally he sleeps 11 to 12 hours a day. Now, if that was a black man who said he slept 11 to 12 hours a day, right? She and any other black man with all these damn divestors would be calling him a bum or a dusty. But you can go get you some Google folks don't care about you at all, and it's okay for him to not do nothing and lay around and sleep 11, 12 hours a day. You understand what I'm saying? So whatever happened to her, that's good for her. It have nothing to do with me. That's her problem. And should no black men forecast go try to run to her, try to take up for her. To hell with her.
Right.
Like KW Dunn put in a chat, quoting Dr. John Henry Clark, when you go over there, stay over there. Don't come back thinking you welcome. No, Your black card is, as far as I'm concerned, there's not no black card because you can't get a card to be black. That means anybody can just come get a black card.
Right.
No, you being black don't mean a damn thing no more. You just old sorry ass bed wench who married a sorry ass gook who wanted a green card. You didn't give it to him. You wanted whatever was going on. Now he's running back to Korea to eat that stinking ass kimchi in chicken booty suit and to run away from child support and alimony. And I yield the mic. Before Cash, you know I had to say something.
Brother Bakari, just let the people know how they can find you and when you'll be on next, etc. If you know.
Okay, my channel is Brother Bakari. Actually, I'm doing a show tomorrow. It's about and I'm probably gonna come back over here. I just got to step away for a little while. But I'm doing a show tomorrow. It's on an identity crisis by Brother Seneb. It's a quick little 15-minute. It's showing how this identity crisis that Black people is going through is not new. And then I'm gonna use Dr. Amos Wilson on how we can use our racial identity for opportunity to come up in a crisis.
Okay.
I'm gonna mix them together.
Okay, Brother Bakari, are you on Twitter? Because I have someone who follows me on Twitter named Bakari, but I'm not sure if that's you or not.
No, that's not me. I'm not on Twitter.
Oh, okay, all right. So Bakari, I think, will be back later, if possible. But you guys know what you got to do. Go subscribe to his channel and click the bell to be notified when he has new content coming up. I just want to shout out Afthrazer in the chat. Early, he said, once free, you have to choose or create a direction. This is where we are stuck. We argue at this frontier. So I want to shout out Afthrazer for coming through. He said, Lord of mercy, if my grandmother Mabel could see me now, I can see her face. Appreciate you for coming through. Let's go to the forecast. I like to hear the forecast take on stuff. The forecast, what say you to this whole thing?
All right. Yeah. Well, I'll give Bakari a pass because he wanted to say something and run, but nah, I'm just joking. It's crazy. Yesterday, I literally did a show yesterday called Black and Yellow, Hurry Up and Buy. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't necessarily about this. But when it comes to Interracial Day, I mean, I don't know what else we could say. Like, I'm still mad about Emmett Till. You know what I'm saying? Like, and at the end of the day, for me, I know I would want my kids to look like me. You know what I'm saying? The most I could say about this, because a lot of people tell me, like, and let me ask y'all, can that whatever he is, that Chinese dude have a black kid?
No.
No. But aren't like mixed like race kids black?
No.
No, that's not.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with y'all. Most people say they are, though. That's all.
Most black folks would say, because most black folks follow the one drop rule.
Right.
But for us here who are enlightened and initiated, we know that those kids are not our people. But go ahead, forecast.
No, yeah, that was pretty much all I was gonna say. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like people say that love is love and all of that, but you can't control who you actually talk to and stuff like that. So
of course, love is a priority.
Right.
Love is priority. So when you hear people talk about love is love, that's bullshit. You chose that.
Right.
If you prioritize your people, you would love your people.
If you love yourself, you would prioritize yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because
Exactly.
and then you put your kids in a crazy position. Because if something ever go down, that now they got to choose between mom and dad. You know what I'm saying?
And you know who they gonna choose? They gonna choose the side that's winning currently.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There was something Bakari said I wanted to double down on too, and I just Bakari pointed out this Asian can sleep half the goddamn day. That's another thing you find with these interracial relationships, which is why I'm not keen on them at all. Oftentimes, almost all the time, black folks take a subservient role in those relationships. So the shit that they would take from this other, they would never take from a black guy or a black woman. You understand? Like Bakari said, this same black woman, if you were a black guy with her and you were laying up in your bed for 11, 12 hours a day, she would call you all sorts of bum and this, that, and the other. And she'll be cheating on you and all kind of shit. Right? But this Asian dude gets a pass. We got to get off of this stuff, man. We got to stop this Afrophobia and this self-hatred that we have, and this willingness to always be subservient in these kind of relationships. Man, if you got to be subservient in those relationships, just don't get in them. Oh, peace to Tanzan. Tanzan is here saying greetings. Peace and greetings to me and I guess the panel as well. Brother Bakari, forecast, etc. Bakari in the chat says, hell no to the no black kids in that family. You know? Achieve Mindset said she was his pimp, right? Let me go to Caesar. I haven't heard from Caesar in a bit. And by the way, Caesar, thanks for coming through and spending time with us on a Saturday night. Caesar, you saw this whole thing. What's your take on it?
So I've actually seen this couple before on YouTube because they push this kind of stuff on this platform. I don't watch it because I understand I can't help support this. But if you check her channel out right now, you read the comments. One of the comments is about how she worked 3 jobs while he just stayed at home all day doing housework. How many times? How can you get that deal? Come on, can I get that deal for one of these sisters? She works 3 jobs and I'm at the house all day. So what I've seen with all these relationships is that it's usually a lot of times mental illness. They put up, like you just said, they put up with stuff they never put up with. Black men do it. Black women do it. I don't really feel bad for her because people need to know this is what happens. That's really it. Tough luck. I hope other girls see this and realize that when you go over there, and guess what? If you look at the Korean comments, if you translate it, they're not supporting her. So she went over to another team. Koreans are racist. They don't really like her, and she's dark skinned too. So now she's gonna realize the family don't accept her. So this is what happens when you go on that team. That's it.
I appreciate that, Caesar. Mr. Untouchable, we haven't heard from you in a while. Let us know what you got to say.
Y'all have to forgive me for a little bit because I don't think that she take a loss in the situation. She went over to Korea. She got a Korean slave. She used to have him in the room and edited for 24 hours a day, just edited her shit. She got she got an LLC in her name. She getting all the money from the channel. I don't know if she wanted kids, but she get 2 babies out of him. She used to beat him. That really sounded like she was his pimp. She was pimping him.
Yeah, that's what
I don't know.
She said.
Maybe it's just me. But I do agree. I do agree with the brothers. You know what I mean? And sister's sentiment. I don't particularly care for the fact that she don't understand. What she don't understand is that these people fetishize us. You know what I mean? They have a particular stereotype about us, and they fetishize us in a way. And it's not necessarily love. They don't see us as human beings. They see a particular image and they try to live that out as a reality, so it's not based on humanity or love or anything like that. But I believe, and I also believe that he did want a US passport or whatever, and he was trying to go the long way around, but she was hip to game and she game him. That's how I'm seeing the situation. Maybe it's just me. But I agree with y'all brothers. I don't necessarily. She wanted to go over there. Well, stay over there, and take what comes with that. That's where I am with it. But I don't believe she took a loss with it. I really don't.
Well, I'll say this, Mr. Untouchable. She has these 2 kids who I could bet money are gonna be traitorous to her race.
You think so, Goku?
Yeah. The children go with the winning side all the time.
Okay. Let me say this. I'll say this. Bob Marley daddy was a white man.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was rejected from his dad. That's what he's singing a song. The stone that the builder. Yeah. That was based off of him trying to reconcile with his dad. His dad's like, I ain't having none of it. You know what I mean? He was a nigga. But needless to say, not always. But I take an optimistic approach to it. I wouldn't want her children to have a terrible view of black folks. I'm hopeful about it. But I like I said, I agree with the panelists. I like black women. I like black women. Why would I want an Asian woman? It just don't make no sense to me. But to each his own, man. To each his own.
Like Achieve Mindset said, the song lyrics, don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her. Kevin Carre, what say you to all of this?
Yeah. Is it me or did didn't the guy seem very feminine the way he was talking? Like he seemed like he was suffering from beaten wife syndrome. It's like, yeah, she was doing this to me, and I gotta do this. It's like, after a marriage and you got a scorned wife that's angry, and she's going to the media talking all the dirty just showing all your dirty laundry. That's what he sound like. But I've been studying this phenomenon for years since I was in high school, because I went to a high school where it was right near, Chinatown, right there. So I'm always, my classmates were all Asians, and all of them would tell me this, like, yeah, outside of outside of the town, I can talk to you, I can, we can do whatever, but I can't bring you home. And if I marry you and I have kids, my family's gonna disown me. That's all those Asian people, and I wish a lot of these black folks would see it. But what can you say?
Yeah, I used to have a work study student work with me, and she is the one, a black girl just like this, dark skinned black girl just like this, young woman, and she put me on to this group called BTS. I had never heard of them, but apparently they were all the rage at the time. And there was a bunch of these feminine looking and acting Asian dudes. They might be Korean, I'm not even sure, but you tend to see that, and a lot of black women, a lot of younger black women, I find, are in this group of folks who like these effeminate Asians, and that's something that's pretty troubling too. Maybe we should dissect that more in the future. But there's a little movement here to get you one of these little soft Asian guys, and I'm not sure why that is. If anyone else wants to add a last word, by all means, do so
wanted
now.
to say that the BTS group that you're talking about is very popular in Korea, singing R&B songs covers of Chris Brown and Jason Derulo, Omario, and all these guys, right? That's
Mhm.
how they gain their popularity. What's funny is that they learned to dance by copying, as you know, Jason Derulo, right?
Yeah.
And they then did a whole reverse thing where they accused Jason Derulo of stealing their songs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when Jason got that one hit single that he came back of,
Mhm.
they were saying he was trying to piggy off their popularity. And what's funny is that, like, I think I just typed in now, but people can correct me. They were doing a lot of song covers of BT of Chris Brown, and Chris Brown up on now, I don't think he's worked with them. I don't think I have a track I can see on Google that he's actually worked with them. And you kind of see that Jason Derulo at that time was desperate for anything because he wanted to seek attention, right? And these people take the music and keep remixing it and sell it back to us. Now they're doing the boy band thing, and that boy band thing was in the 90s, you know.
Sure.
And it goes to show that when we talk about the feminine men, is that I've watched some of the Korean film. Even they got the Korean money heist thing, which is quite entertaining and whatnot. But the thing is that you look at all of this, right? And especially dark skin, dark skin black women, they don't, the way some of them are brought up, it is not that people keep saying that they don't believe in their own skin, or they don't believe in confident who they are. There are certain people who choose to go down certain paths because they believe that it will be more successful to be outside of the race, and it's better that way. You could look at this woman's face, right? And every single thing that tells me is that she's gonna have this career on YouTube, and she's gonna try to continue, and it's not gonna go well. Why? Because she's a piece of entertainment, and the entertainment that people wanted was the Korean entertainment, and now they don't have it. They will simply just move on to somewhere else. And that's all I have to say. And good luck to her, man. Good luck to her. And I hope no black man, no black youth go next to her. please stay away from her, man. Just save yourself. Just save yourself, and hopefully, she sits in a corner, and we keep it that way. We keep it moving.
Yeah, that's a fact that you said there. We talked about this a couple weeks ago about second chances and whatnot. And I stand firm that not everyone gets a second chance. Like someone said earlier in the chat, I think it was KW on 7. Once you go over there, man, you stay over there. It's fine. I'm not upset with you or nothing. You go over there, though, you stay your ass over there. Don't come back on this side again. If anyone doesn't have a last thought here, I'm going to post Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, but we'll do a station ID before we discuss it. So if there's any last thoughts, let me know now. In the meantime, Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is going to be, what is chivalry? Where does it come from? Should we stick a fork in it? So that's the upcoming topic. You guys hang out for a minute. Thank you guys for being here tonight. What we're going to do is do a station ID break just to remind you guys that this show, the Bitter Medicine Podcast, is a part of a podcast network, and there's other shows you should be tuned into as well.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron, on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Shout out to the Revolutionary Matron who was on the panel earlier, who did that advertisement for KWAZ Radio. We are interested in more folks joining the network. One of the things you'll notice, even with this show, Shoot the Breeze, we have Bahamians, we have folks from the Caribbean, folks from the continent, East and West. We have folks in the UK, folks in America. So it's truly like a Pan-African thing that we do here, and I personally appreciate it. We temporarily lost the forecast, got some stuff to do, and we lost Caesar, but we thank both of them, and hopefully they'll return before the end of the night to the show, and hopefully they'll return in the future as well. But again, KWAZ Radio, we're trying to expand, trying to get more voices doing their thing. Talking about what's going on in their neck of the woods, especially. So you guys spread the word for us, if you don't mind. Remember, Mr. Untouchable gave you all homework last week. The homework was to bring a friend, bring someone into the fold to check out Shoot the Breeze, and I think it's worth it. I saw someone earlier in a comment on Instagram say it's the best show on YouTube. I'll be biased, but I think it's true, and I think others of you around feel so as well. So share the word, let people know that we want more viewers here, but also more participants on the network itself. And let's see where we could take this thing. So Shoot the Breeze prompt number 6 is, what is chivalry? Where does it come from? And should we stick a fork in it? This came with a link. We're going to play it now, and then we'll discuss it on the other side.
Hey there, students.
In this lecture, I am going to explain to you the meaning of chivalry. Now, it's a word that we hear thrown around here and there. Some people think it's dead. Do you? Let me know in the comments. But whether it's dead or not is not so much a concern for me right now as a look into the origins of chivalry. And this is what's exciting about this, is that it combines the history of the Middle Ages with also the history of the 19th century Romantic movement, the Old South, and also with implications for today. So when we think about what is chivalry, we've got our ideas about what it is, that we can think of examples. It is the guy who pays for dinner, 1 check for dinner and 2 tickets at the movie theater. He's paying for everything. He's holding doors. He's making sure, the proverbial puts the coat on top of the puddle so she doesn't have to get her feet wet or anything like that, right? And so when we don't really think about it that much, we start to think like, okay, is this about just somebody being a nice guy? And really, that's not exactly what chivalry is, okay? It's not just about being a nice guy. In fact, that's not really it at all, because that's what, now, of course, we think about, okay, this guy's nice in certain cases, but in certain cases, he's not nice. Let's imagine that this chivalrous guy takes his girl to dinner, 1 check, the movie theater, 2 tickets, and then someone makes a snide remark about her. And that is when the gloves come off. That is when this guy is not quite so nice anymore. In fact, he's not expected to be. And so you see where chivalry really comes from the old medieval knights. It comes from the word cheval, which is the medieval French word for horse. So it comes from this idea of the medieval knight, a merger of Germanic warrior culture and Christian morality. And of course, in US history, we run into chivalry when we run into the Brooks-Sumner affair from 1856. This was at the height of the controversies about the expansion of slavery, bleeding Kansas, and all of that. And so during this time, Charles Sumner, who was an ambitious, outspoken abolitionist senator from Massachusetts, gave a speech that was way over the line. It's not that he gave a speech against slavery. He gave a speech that was very insulting to Senator Andrew Butler, who was an old man and wasn't even present, and insulting to the entire state of South Carolina. And Preston Brooks, who was a representative from South Carolina, he was puzzling over it. How do I respond to this? And he asked his friend, he said, should I challenge this guy to a duel? And Preston Brooks, his friend, said, no, you can't challenge that guy to a duel. He's acting like a dog. Treat him like a dog. So Preston Brooks walks into the Senate chamber with a cane and proceeds to just beat the mess out of Charles Sumner. And then when he's finished beating the mess out of Charles Sumner, he calmly walks out of the chamber. And in the course of doing this, he has defended the honor of his relative and of his state. Now, of course, when you look at this cartoon that was produced in the North at the time, they're saying here Southern chivalry. And you see where Preston Brooks is portrayed as this faceless animal of a man. Now, of course, the views on this were polarized because, of course, in the North, it was just like, who is this slave-holding animal? Whereas in the South, people heard that he broke his cane and they sent him canes. One of them even said, hit him again. So a lot of people in the South felt like, here is a man who stood up for them and defended their honor against this trash-talking Northern abolitionist. And so chivalry is not really just about being a nice guy, that when somebody insults someone's lady, someone's country or state, or someone's religion, then they are ready to fight. Now, they're a nice guy to a point, but at a certain point, they are ready to fight to defend the honor of themselves and those around them. And so Leon Goche, perhaps Léon. I'm not really great at speaking French. Sometimes I try, but Léon Gautier, Goche. I don't know. Okay, but he was a Frenchman, a 19th century literary historian. It's a written test, right? When we think about the values of chivalry, okay, so he decided, let me go back to these medieval romances and figure out exactly what chivalry is. So first of all, Christian orthodoxy, that someone who's chivalrous is not a heretic, okay? Was Jesus the Son of God? Yes. Was he born of a virgin? Yes. Did he rise on the third day? You bet he did, okay? So the chivalrous knight, this is a person who is faithful to the teachings of their religion, and they defend the church. Ignatius of Loyola, who was the founder of the Jesuit order, before he even had his religious conversion, Loyola was a young military guy, and there was somebody who denied the divinity of Jesus Christ. Loyola challenged that guy to a duel and ran his sword through him. That'll teach you to deny the divinity of Jesus Christ. The defense of the weak, okay? So when somebody is insulting your religion, then the gloves are off. But when it comes time to defend the weak, then that's where this nice guy chivalry comes in, because this person is selective. So you think about this whole scenario where somebody asks the girl, why are you with that jerk? And she says, but he's so sweet to me. You don't really know him like I do. And that is really chivalry when you think about it, that this is a person who is selectively ferocious, but also protective and kind and gentle when the situation requires it. Love of country. Okay, so this is a person who's going to stand up for where they live. Okay, so in the example of Preston Brooks, now we shouldn't go around beating people with canes, but at the same time, in terms of the code of chivalry, what Preston Brooks did was it was for his state, it was for his people, not just for himself. Courage in the face of an enemy. All right, so fearlessness. Now, of course, Preston Brooks would have had a little more courage. Perhaps he would have challenged Charles Sumner to a proper fight. He said himself that he brought the cane in because Sumner was bigger than he was. And so maybe that element was not quite so chivalrous. Showing no mercy toward infidels, okay? So showing mercy toward the weak, but also not toward the infidels. Faithfulness to duty, always doing your job and what is expected of you. Honesty and keeping one's word. This is the type of person that you can make a handshake agreement with. You know they're going to do what they say they're going to do. This person is not deceptive. Somebody who's chivalrous, you can take their word at face value. You don't have to wonder, is this person lying to me? Is this person deceiving me? Is this person going to turn on me? Someone who's chivalrous is a true friend and an open enemy, and not conniving, going behind people's back. Generosity. So when someone who's chivalrous sees somebody with a cup out, or someone who is begging, if someone who is chivalrous has a little extra, they're going to hand it over. That is expected of them, to be generous. Again, it matters, is this person strong or weak? Is this person someone who is part of my community? Is this person a threat to the people around me? And finally, a defender of just causes, this person who is doing the right thing. And of course, those just causes being their country, their religion, their family, and those whom they love. Now, when we think about chivalry, and this is kind of shattering this whole like nice guy image of someone who's chivalrous, that when we think about like Batman, the Dark Knight, okay, what makes Batman a knight? Batman is ferocious. He's not somebody who's a nice guy. In fact, he's kind of the opposite. But his anger, he's angry at what happened to his parents, but he's always taking his anger out on someone who deserves it. If any of y'all have ever seen the show Dexter, about the serial killer who has conditioned himself only to kill people who deserve it, okay, that's really a code of chivalry. Dexter works by a code. So Dexter could be someone who follows a code of chivalry. He doesn't, even though he wants to kill people, he doesn't kill people who are weak and good and undeserving of being murdered. Now, finally, we'll close with Sir Bors' dilemma. Sir Bors was one of King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table, and he once had a dilemma where on one side, His brother is being beaten and stripped and carried away. And on the other side, there's a lady, there's a damsel in distress. And Sir Bors has to make a decision. He can't be in both places. Well, guess what? Sir Bors goes after the lady. That is chivalry. His brother was not too happy about that, by the way, but Sir Bors, being a chivalrous knight of the Round Table, went and saved the woman. And so from the point of someone who is chivalrous, it is hoes before bros, if you will, but someone who's chivalrous would never refer to a lady that way. She's not a hoe. She's my girl. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is a basic introduction to the concept of chivalry. Hope you enjoyed it. Please leave a comment, a like, and remember to subscribe if you haven't already, because there's plenty more stuff where this came from on my channel. It is always a pleasure.
Interesting discussion there. I always thought chivalry, this is just me now, I always thought chivalry was a European concept to infantilize women. You know, pull out their chair because they're not capable of doing it themselves type stuff, or they're not capable enough to walk around a puddle of water, so you got to throw your cloak over this puddle for them to walk over and stuff like that. But did this guy make some interesting points here? Kevin Carre, you saw the video here. What is chivalry to you now?
It's something I have to credit you on this for bringing it up. I have to credit you. When I saw all that definition, I saw the word zealot.
Yep.
That's all I see. It's like, and I'm kind of glad I live in the state, city like New York City. There is no chivalry here. There's none.
Ain't that a fact?
Yeah, but what you're seeing is, in society right now, aka the abortion thing, you got these two groups going at each other. One, they're on those two total opposite end of the spectrum, going at each other. But what I see amongst them is just, you see zealots. These people will do anything to destroy you because you hurt them. But that's crazy. But after credit, I'm gonna get off now. But I have to credit you on that one, man. Zealots.
I appreciate that, Kevin Carre. Achieve mindset. What was chivalry to you? Did this video change that definition? And should we stick a fork in it? Hopefully Achieve is still there. If you're there, brother, you're muted. All right, maybe Achieve is not there, so it's Mr. Untouchable. What say you?
No, it's very interesting how the definition of chivalry and all the tenets of chivalry have changed over the years, because they coming from warriors and knights and fighting and things of that nature. And the intent of chivalry is to protect and the duty to one's country, as opposed to setting the table out on putting your coat down and ensuring that a girl walks over it. Because that was my definition of what chivalry is supposed to be. And I think that definition really needs to be looked at again, because in the times that we living in, women don't necessarily some women, not all, some women don't necessarily see chivalry as a good thing. Opening the doors for a woman is like, a woman will get angry. Some women will get angry at you if you do that.
Yeah.
Very, very angry at you. So it's interesting how these definitions and the tenets of what chivalry initial intent was supposed to be has changed so much. Because if you look at some of the tenets of chivalry, as the guy named them, some of those terms I actually agree with. Some of the things I could get with. But
like which terms?
Well, if you probably have to go back at it, but helping out the weak, and what's the other thing? It was several things that he mentioned in that. If you just go back,
Murdered. Now, finally, we'll close with Sir Bors' dilemma. Sir Bors was one of King Arthur's knights of the Round.
So I'm trying to find the list.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah. When he talked about faithfulness to duty, that's not a bad thing. But duty to what? What exactly is this duty? Honesty and keeping one's word. That's just that's man stuff. You know, I feel like men should keep their word in the things that they do. But I didn't know, I wouldn't look at that as a definition for chivalry. Generosity, that's a good thing. You know, love a country, now that's questionable. That's where we get in. That's where we get into the vagaries. You know, defense of the church. I'm not a Christian, so why am I defending the church? So you know, Christian orthodoxy, that's an issue for me too. You know, but when it comes to the defense of just causes, now that's a broad term. What is a just cause? In particular, how to reference to my own personal community, what is a just cause? So some of the tenets I could get with, and if you want to put the label of courage in the face of an enemy, I agree with that too. Who's my enemy? You know, so all these things I could, you know, take certain tenets, certain values of chivalry, and I could agree with. Some of the things I don't. But if noticing this whole value thing, you don't never see, you know, setting out your coat and making sure a woman walks across it, or opening a door for a woman. None of that is there. I mean, you could put interpretations to it and say, well, you know, helping the weak, but some women don't see themselves as weak. So it's just interesting how the word and the meaning changed, and how you could put a different perspective on the idea of it. But I think that how we view it, you know, in particular in the Caribbean, this idea of chivalry, we really should relook at that, because the women are very much different now, and all these perceived old English Victorian views or southern views, these things are going out of the window. And now how we looked at chivalry is considered to be simping.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
So I found the whole prom very interesting, you know.
Interestingly enough, when Will Smith slapped the shit out of Chris Rock, a lot of people said he was being chivalrous. He was taking up for his wife. He was defending her honor. And a lot of us were like, no, he was a simp in that moment. So it's funny that you mentioned that with that recent example that we have.
And also, when you say, and that term itself, if you say you are defending a woman's honor, the first thing is that the woman should be honorable.
Yes, man.
You know what I mean? Because, you know, some of our brothers, you know, they go defend some women in the Bronx on a Saturday night with $20. I don't consider that kind of woman honorable. You know what I mean? So it just depends on who you call an honorable. You know, you have to be very careful with that. That's a dangerous thing.
Listen, Erzuli is very honorable. Leave the man alone.
I call no names.
Zuli is paying us $20, man. He's honorable. We got Anthony Jones joining us. Anthony Jones, how are you this week?
Yeah, I'm good. How y'all doing, man?
Good. Anthony, how did you come to know about the Bitter Medicine podcast?
Oh, I learned about it from Brother Bakari. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Shout out to Brother Bakari in the chat. The forecast.
Yes, sir. Brother Bakari forecast have been good on this side in terms of telling other people and about the show and stuff. Anthony, did you see the prompt here? Did you see the video about chivalry?
Nah, I just tuned in.
Oh, okay. All right. So we'll finish this discussion here, and we will hit you up when we do. You know, just stick around on the panel. We'll hit you when we do Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 in a moment. Kevin Carre, Mr. Untouchable, do either of you have a last word you want for this prompt?
Yeah. What's the difference between? Is there a difference between zealot and simp? Is a simp a more a toned down, neutered version of a zealot?
No, a zealot is like a zealot is like a fundamentalist. Like, you know what I'm fundamentalist, Islamic fundamentalist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Who just cold with it. It's like they don't believe in Western societies. Like, we going back to the Muhammad days on these women. It's like they just complete zealots. A simp is just somebody who just sheepish. You know, they just anything a woman say, yes, there. I mean,
How high, love?
Yeah, hi, love. You know, all that kind of business. But it's just.
Or here's my $20, right?
Yeah, well, I get that. I just want to welcome Anthony Jones. He's usually on Bakari's and podcast. He's very insightful young brother. I think he's from New York. Anthony, if you really want to get a good gauge on some of the topics we usually talk about, just check out our last shows on Shoot the Breeze, brother. You'd be very much informed, and I think that you would be a good addition to the program.
All right.
Yeah.
No doubt. I got you. Good looking
Yes,
for the
sir.
shout out.
Yes, sir. I gotta follow Anthony Jones a little bit more when on the forecast show or Bakari show.
I ain't joined forecast show yet. My full forecast, you know what I'm saying? I'm on Brother Bakari. I'm on part of Team Black. But I just wanted to make a quick comment, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I think all this ties into everything that be going on YouTube. I think as far as black men, I think we doing a bad job of organizing. And I think that's the major skill that we're missing. Because I'm hearing a lot of brothers talking like, Pan African Strikes Back, Diners, College Genesis, all kind of brothers on YouTube. I mean, and every time everybody, and I know you had gassed him up on there the other day, and I was going back and forth with him the other day because what I'm saying, he was talking about he not a Pan Africanist, but he this and this and this and that, but that's a different topic. But I'm trying to say, as far as when we come here on a panel, I'm not to exclude the women, but when the men come on the panel, we need to do a better job of organizing as far as getting out what agenda we want to accomplish. Because this throwing this blanket phrase of talking about black people, you got to remember, what does black people encompass? It encompasses men, women, and children.
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, we got to excuse the children. You know what I'm saying? I don't think y'all expect the children to step up to the forefront and lead the adults. And then at the same time, you got to exclude the women, because do you want the women on the front line?
Right.
So it all boils down to the men. What are the men doing? If we have a problem with what's going on with black men, like I told Brother McCarvey, he could testify to this, yo. Black people do the same dumb shit all over the world, man. Black men do the same dumb shit all over the world. We arguing over petty tribalism. You know what I'm saying? When immigrants come to America, because you know what I'm saying, my family come from the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And you know what I'm saying, you always hear people talking about, oh yeah, when Jamaicans come here, they get a job and they buck up and they do this and they do all that. But go take your ass to Jamaica, man. Nobody killing more people left and right than in Jamaica, man. So we do the same dumb gully shit all over the damn world, man. You know what I'm saying? We hypnotize all over the world. So if black men gonna get it together, we gotta understand what's the enemy, who's the enemy, identify the enemy, and how can we destroy the enemy, man. All that petty tribalism, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I come to America to get a bag or whatever. Nah, you know what I'm saying? I can testify to this, man. If you come into America, no, your first thing is not just to get a bag. Your first thing is to unite the clan. You know what I'm saying? Unite with the brethren over here, man. You know what I'm saying? Rub shoulders with the soldiers over here, man. Just like if we all immigrated back to the Caribbean, we don't want to just go to the Caribbean and get a bag. We want to go rub shoulders with the soldiers, man.
Yeah.
So we gotta have a different mind state as men, man. We gotta really like put it in perspective, man. All that black people agenda, man. Ain't no black people, man. It's either black men gonna step up, like Dr. Amos Wilson said, man. We all here. The major problem with us is not black men, black women relationship. The major problem is black men relationship, man. We don't know how to organize. Every other race of men know how to organize, come together, put an agenda forward, and say, this is how we're gonna lead the community. This is how we're gonna lead our family. This is how we're gonna lead our destiny, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'll let y'all brothers continue.
Yes, sir. Anthony, I appreciate your input there. In fact, now I listened to Anthony talk. I think Anthony was on the live stream that I joined for Brother Bakari, where Anthony who made the point that, listen, we were enslaved by everybody. What are we really going to be doing about this shit, man? Like we were enslaved by the Arabs and then the Europeans. Like, what are we gonna do? Why is it that we're continuously? I think that was Anthony who was saying that, right?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I'm saying
Yes,
like,
sir.
yo, we want to be everybody done got their licks on us, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on, it's time for us to stand as men and push back, man, for real,
Yes,
man.
sir.
I'm not saying pick up a gun and blast, because you don't have to do that. You don't have to go to the extreme, but it's just little things as far as greeting each other, you know what I'm saying, making sure each brother is all right, you know what I'm saying, communicating with your brother and putting down them flags. Like, all right, let me give you an example, man. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all brothers from the islands or whatever. Like, okay, up here in New York, my ex, she Guyanese, right? And I used to tell her all the time, man, like, yo, why we can't go on the Parkway on Labor Day with the red, black, and green, man? Everybody got a different flag. Your flag is meaningless, man. Your whole country is meaningless, man. I mean, I'm not talking about just like as far as the culture, but the cultures all intertwined. But your flags are meaningless, man. So why don't we all just go on a parkway 1,000,000 deep, 2,000,000 deep, and show solidarity with the red, black, and green? We come under one banner, one flag. That way we can include all black people, man. We can include all the brothers from up here, from down south, all the brothers from Nigeria, all parts of Africa. We ain't got to be like, oh yeah, oh Jamaica's better than Haiti, and we just gonna, you know what I'm saying, show what we got. You know what I'm saying? Come on, them days is done, man. Them days is done. Them days is done. We fighting a losing battle, man. You know what I'm saying? We need to come together on the one banner. Like Garvey said, come together under one banner, man. Unless we're going to keep chasing our tails for the next 20, 30 years, man. And I don't want to see the youth of this generation, and I'm talking about the babies, the 7, 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds, man, you know what I'm saying, get caught up in the same shit where, oh, damn, what did mommy and daddy do? What did grandma do? You know what I'm saying? They didn't fight. They didn't stand on the front line to make sure that we are liberated, man. So I'm saying either we gonna draw that blood or we not, man. And when I say draw that blood, I'm talking about our own blood, man. We gotta sacrifice for our kids, man, our future generation, man. We can't just sit back and talking about, yo, oh yeah, beg it. All right, forget reparations, man. White man ain't gonna break his bank to give you nothing, man. He done put you under these chains, man. You know what I'm saying? Yo, the best thing to do is to come take his shit, man. And I'm not talking about violently or whatever, man. But come put a game plan to take back whatever, man. It's the same thing Africa going through that bow down system, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you in my country, you know what I'm saying? You taking my resources, and now we gotta form a government, and we gotta go sit at the table and say, oh, how do you do this and how you do that? And you working backwards, man. Either you gonna say, yo, fuck it, man. If I can't eat, you ain't gonna eat, man. And you damn sure ain't gonna eat off of me, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Get your nuts in order, just like the Chinese did. Chinese been through all that shit, man. They was addicted to opium. They went to war with the British. You know what I'm saying? They had all type of clan wars or whatever. But they said, yo, fuck it. We not gonna be the laughing stock of the world no more, man. We gonna come together on the one flag, man. We gonna get our numbers up, and we gonna come through strong. The men decided that, man. The men decided that. So we gotta stop talking about, oh yeah, we need black women to do this. I don't care if every black woman divest off the planet, man. You know what I'm saying? We still gonna survive because the men got to control this destiny, man. I'll let y'all finish up.
I love that, Anthony. I love that. In the chat, Sister Raw said she lives in Jamaica, and St. Lucie. She's 63 years old and never ever seen the kind of killing going on in that island. Arthur's are still with us. He says, I like Anthony's impatience. We are too patient. I say it all the time. We are too patient. Sister Ross says, black people over the planet are being trodden down. We're all in the same boat. You understand? So, yeah, what Anthony said is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And I thank Anthony for tuning in and joining us tonight on the panel. Is there any last words from anyone on this prompt right now?
Yeah, no, I want to quickly make a few comments to what I heard from Anthony.
Yes, sir.
I would just only say that we are working on it, brother, as far as the organization and having our people, getting our people together because we have a big community in the diaspora, and we displaced all over the Western Hemisphere. And I think that with shows like this and Pan Africanism Strikes Back and other shows, we are working very much to unify and get our people together. Understand, brother. Well, let me just also say this too. If you have organizational skills, um, and if you could add or help what in whichever way possible to what we are trying and attempting to do, please come and assist in whatever way you feel is possible to grow this community and making it stronger. You know what I mean? You don't have to be an outsider. Come in and do your thing and give us your bit of your magic, so you could show us how to better or organize if you were willing to do that. Let me also say this other thing too, this last thing. Understand that all us in the diaspora, we've been separated for a long time. Even though we come from the same root of West Africa, we've been separated for a very long time into our own little enclaves and islands and South America and North America. We ain't never had to sit. We ain't had the opportunity to sit down and to talk since we came from West Africa for a very long time. And this is the first time with these kinds of mediums where we could sit down and figure out some things. You know what I mean? Because before we act, you have to plan, you have to strategize. And because our people opinions are so diverse and displaced all over the world, you have to have time to do that. You know what I mean? I think that I don't I appreciate your force of wanting to act now, act now. But our enemies are very strategic in what they do because they unify. They know about each other. They didn't have the time. They didn't have the time being separated as we had the time being separated from one another. And if you listen to us, we have many different kinds of views. You know what I mean? And nobody will come up under one kind of unification yet. And I think that with time, though, with how we doing this back and forth, because I speak to people from Africa, Jamaica, New York, England, and even you have my Spanish crew coming here sometime from Brazil. You know what I mean? Because that whole equation is really out of our community because we don't speak Portuguese. But the people who can, even from the Netherlands, you have people coming in and speak, and they have a voice as well. So I think that these things need to be set in stone first before we could do the things like what you're talking about and organizing. But I only say if you have the ability to help with that, come on in, man. You and be an embrace here, if anywhere. That's what I have to say on that. You know,
brother, I definitely agree with you, and I don't know what organizational skills I have as far as, you know what I'm saying. I just haven't. We got somebody got some feedback.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't know what. Like I said, I mean, I don't put myself out there as far as like, okay, I'm a organizer. I just know what's the best for us, and being a person that's born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, I've been around everybody. So I've been around Haitians. I've been around Jamaicans. I've never been to Jamaica. My mother from Jamaica. The only place I've been with is to Antigua. My father's from Antigua. You know what I'm saying? But I've been around Trinidadians. You know what I'm saying? I get along with everybody because, you know what I'm saying. When I first look at you, all I see is your blackness, man, and I see your beautifulness, man. I don't look at you as far as, oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you eat this or you do this or you whatever. Yo, if you're a rider, you're a rider, man. If you're a soldier, you're a soldier. If you're a punk, you're a punk. I can't fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? If you down, you down. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. And I think in a way how we gonna like get over the hump, even though you saying it's gonna take time, I really don't think we have like too much time, man. We really don't got 20 years, man. We like really 40 years behind, because I'm 46, about to be 47. We like really like, you know what I'm saying, my generation, the 70s generation, we should have really had got this on focus long time ago, man. Back in the 90s, man. but we lapsed or whatever. But you know what I'm saying, those of us that's not strung out, that's not coming home from jail, that's not dead or whatever, we still got the ability to produce. So I feel like we need to tap into to the folks that to the generation that's born here and was able to intertwine with everybody else. Because like, let me give you an example. I went to the Jamaican restaurant today, right? Got some oxtails and peas and rice out there in Flatbush Avenue. I mean,
So you broke now.
No. I'm good. I'm good. But I'm just saying, man. Every time I go, it's called Fisherman's Cove, man. So I don't know if anyone y'all, you know what I'm saying, because y'all probably know about it from Flatbush Avenue, New York, whatever.
I actually work around there. Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
stuff.
every time I go up
like
in this
stuff, man.
restaurant. Okay, so the one I'm talking about, I'm gonna put him on blast. The one I'm talking about is on Nostrand Avenue. It's right there on the junction. It's only
yeah.
one in the
Yeah,
Every
remember you
time
used
I
to get a
go,
hole in the wall?
every time I go up in there, I don't care which woman I'm dealing with, she got a fucking attitude. Excuse my language, man. And I'm like, yo, I mean, yo, you can't give me a smile on your face. I mean, I'm just saying in my mind, like, yo, why they interacting with me like that, man? And I find it so disgraceful. Like, you know what I'm saying? And every time I say, okay, I'm not gonna come back in here and support y'all, man, because I don't like the service I'm getting, man. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, why would she do that, man? Why would you be a young girl behind the counter and you just gonna take my money, stash my money, you know what I'm saying, and not even be like interested in how I'm trying to order the food, or you not even be patient with me, and then when I give you my money, you'll never say thank you, man. I find that disgraceful, man. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't like I ain't gonna call my peoples out, man. I'm gonna call you out, definitely, man. You know what I'm saying? But I know she's straight Jamaican. I know you ain't grew up in this country. You know what I'm saying? So if you grew up in this country, you understand how to deal with black people on a certain type of level, man. Like, okay, because I used to run, you know what I'm saying? I used to run the business downtown, man. Yo, you don't come to me. I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna respect you. I'm gonna thank you. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna greet you, and I'm gonna be gracious for you giving me your money, because you know what I'm saying, your money is helping me to feed my family. So why shouldn't she look at it like that, man? You know what I'm saying? And I feel like, okay, that's one problem I got with Jamaicans here in New York that just came to New York. You know what I'm saying? You need to understand a little bit about society, as far as, all right, why is all of y'all just not, like, you know, more welcoming? As far as, there's a lot of them that's welcoming, like the older ones, but you will get a lot of young ones that's like, yo, you know, skinning up your face, man. How you gonna skin up your face when I'm spending $20 for a plate, man? And not only that, why you so landlocked in a certain sector of business, man? You know what I'm saying? Branch
Excellent
out, man.
point.
Branch out. You can own a grocery store too. You can own a corner store too. Stop thinking because you know how to do a oxtails and peas and rice, you gotta open up a Jamaican restaurant. Open up a damn laundromat, man. Stop being landlocked into one focus, man. We don't need 5-6 restaurants on one block. And then the Arabs got everything else that you need to survive. Because the Jamaicans that run the restaurant, they still gotta go to the damn Korean spot and buy the groceries, right? So come on, man, get out that mind state, man. It's like we landlocked us for certain things, man. And I'll let y'all brothers go ahead.
No, Anthony. First of all, I know exactly the place because I went to school over there. I work over there now, right? So I know exactly the place you're talking about, and I know that the exact women you're talking about and the exact attitudes.
Where you went to school at, Erasmus?
No, I went to college right in that area over there.
Brooklyn College.
Yeah.
All right. I'm trying to finish my degree in Kingsborough, man.
Oh,
You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
Well,
Yeah,
congrats to you on that.
I'm from up the block, man. Well, they changed it. They changed it to Flatbush Gardens, but I'm originally from Vanderbilt, man.
Oh, you're from
Forster.
Vanderbilt. All right.
Yeah, Forster, New York, man.
I
Been
used
there.
to play
Been there.
ball across the street from there.
Nostrand Park.
No, I used to play ball right on Foster Ave, Vanderbilt Courts, or whatever that park.
Yeah. That's we call some people call it Nostrand Park or whatever. Yeah, that's my hood.
Okay. Okay.
That's my hood. Been there for 75, man.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, I know that area well. And I know the people. I know that restaurant, and I agree with everything you have to say. about it too. And the thing I found very interesting in what you said, you don't hear people talk about this. We gotta diversify our interests, man. Like, just like you said, because you could make a curry goat or something like that, that don't mean you have to open up another restaurant. Like, for frig's sake, you know, I went to a laundromat the other day. It's the Asians who own that shit, right? Actually, the one
not
right
only
there
that,
by the park. Yeah.
I don't mean to cut you off. Not only that, man. Not only that, we all know how to cook everything, man. You know what I'm saying? You can fry fish and chips. You can do that, man. Don't let the Chinaman next door outdo you with some fish and chips, man. Don't let you know, the bullshit chicken spots outdo you with some damn bullshit chicken and some damn fries and some burgers. You can do that too, man. Diversify your portfolio, man. Diversify your portfolio. Everybody ain't gonna want oxtails and peas and rice, man. Come on, man. We all out here trying to get it, man. So, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta feed your people, meet your people where they at, man. Why you can't make some burger and fries on a Friday night, man? You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't gonna, only Jamaicans gonna want oxtails and peas and rice on Friday night, man. But you know what I'm saying? You got your dude, you got your dude coming off the block or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Yo, he gonna want a little burger and fries, man. He might want a sandwich or something, man. You know what I'm saying? Diversify your portfolio. Have your business set up to meet him where he at, man. You know what I'm saying? Diversify your portfolio, man. Stop being landlocked in a certain type of game, man. Even if you gotta hire other people to do it for you, man. Just diversify your portfolio, man. Cause I don't know if you know the out there on Notion by the Atlantic Avenue on Notion, you know what I'm saying, out there between Notion and between Atlantic and Fulton. They got a couple of Jamaican restaurants. I mean, I don't know if it's closed right now because I've been out there a couple of times on a Sunday, but
Footprint.
I think they call it Patty Hut or whatever. I mean, I forgot what the name of it, man. But
yeah, you're right.
Every Friday they let the Chinaman outdo them with some fish and chips and some damn shrimp or whatever, man. Cause all you want to do is sell Escovitch fish and some snapper. Everybody everybody ain't gonna spend $15, man. Set me up a nice little $5, $7 plate where I can get some white ends and some fries and some shrimp. Come on, you gonna tell me the Chinaman know how to give me that better than you? Come on, diversify your portfolio.
Now, Anthony, we gotta talk offline because we around the same area. So yeah, I know these places you're talking about, and I agree, man. You took the conversation to a kind of an excellent place, and it's true. Last week we talked about the type of businesses we should be building. I think Brother Bakari brought that topic last week. But you're right, man. In terms of quantities, qualities, we keep doing the same thing the same way. And like you said, these as a matter of fact, to add to what you said, these Chinese be selling Mexican food right down there off the junction, past the Target on Nostrand. There's a Chinese spot there that's also a Mexican food spot. You could go in there and get burritos and all kind of shit like that, right? They're not being the same.
You talk about Avenue H. It's Avenue H right there.
Yeah, close to Avenue H. Yes.
Yeah, I seen the spot, man. I seen the spot. I ain't going up in there though. I seen the spot.
Yeah, right. They have a Mexican menu. You know what I mean? So why can't we diversify? Even if we decide to go as the food industry, diversify what types of food you offer in those places. Like Arthur's in the chat says, we need a Jamaican sandwich spot, definitely, and not just patties. You need a handheld food. Yeah, and this is why the Chinese and them could clean up. They're making cheap food that you could make your spin on that, your Jamaican or Trinidadian twist or whatever. You know? I
take it a step further. Right now they got some new shit the dude just set up, man. A couple of Arabs. Cause I don't know when the last time you've been out there, but I think he been out there for like a couple months.
Okay.
The dude done posted up right in front of Fisherman Cove.
Okay.
He got his little vegetable stand. It's a couple of Arab dudes, man.
Yeah.
You seen him, right? You seen him, right?
I actually stopped there because he had better prices for mangoes than some of the other spots.
Yo, you gonna tell me a black man couldn't come up with that scenario and even piggyback off of that shit, man? Because you know why you letting this Arab, you know what I'm saying, get y'all money like that, man? He right there on Nostrand, right in the heart of the junction, in the heart of Flatbush, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all get y'all people money, man. Stop playing, man. Stop letting this dude, because all he doing is going to the wholesale spot and getting all these fruits and vegetables, man, and selling it back to you, man. So you gonna tell me Fisherman Coves couldn't put a young brother out there and say, yo, we gonna conglomerize this venture or whatever, man? You had to let an Arab come out there, set up his little fruit stand, and now he out there 24/7, man. Cause you know what I'm saying, I work for New York City Transit, man. So matter of fact, I gotta be out there tonight on Flatbush Avenue, man. And I know he gonna be out there tonight. He gonna be out there 24/7. They rotate. They got people that rotate, man. These dudes know where the money at, and they know how to get your money out your pocket, man. We gotta stop thinking that we can't get our people's money and meet them where they at, man. Even if we gotta set up a hot dog stand on the corner, man. Yo, I know our people still. I don't know. I mean, because your brothers might be a little bit ital or whatever, man. Yo, there's a lot of black people that still eat hot dogs, you know what I'm saying, and whatever, man. And I ain't talking about the pork dogs. I'm talking about the, you know what I'm saying, the beef hot dogs or whatever. You can come out there and set up a hot dog stand. You can even be selling ices in the summer or whatever, man. We don't want to do that simple shit, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You read Carter G. Woodson's book, the Miseducation of the Negro. He's like, yo, everybody want to go to college to get a classical education instead of meeting your people where you at, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on, we gotta meet our people where we at, man. We gotta set up shop and identify what we need. We need fruits, we need vegetables, we need groceries. You know what I'm saying? And we need cheap. We don't need cheap food as far as food that's not good, but we need to be able to get a little $5, $7 plate. You know what I'm saying? Fry some chicken. You know what I'm saying? Bake some chicken. Like I'm telling you right now, I'm up here staying up in I'm up here in Manhattan, up here in Broadway, where the Dominicans at, man. And yo, you know them Dominicans, they be killing with the Spanish restaurants, man. They got the little and I'm telling you, they getting their money, man.
$5 plates and all.
Money.
Yeah.
$5, $7, $8 plates, man. Yo, you ain't coming up in no Dominican restaurant spending no $20 for no oxtails, man. Come on, man. Stop playing. Stop playing. Stop playing, man. It ain't that serious, man. You ain't cooking steak. You ain't cooking because obviously, you know, oxtails is really and truly isn't it the tail of the ox?
Yeah, it is.
It ain't a choice, it's meat.
Mm-hmm.
So why you got it selling it for $20, $25, man?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. How many Jamaicans you know that can cook some damn steak and rice, man?
Now you paying $20 for that oxtail. You actually paying rent. You just paying the rent.
Yeah.
You paying the rent.
Hey, sorry.
Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, the other thing I noticed that they're doing, a lot of the Arabs, but I see black people doing it too. But the Arabs are starting to get like their license for the dispensaries, and they're also selling a lot of weed out of the stores.
Yeah.
That been going on, family. I don't mean to cut you off. That been going on. They got that shit on lock because they started off with the cigarettes or whatever, and they just branched out. But they got that corner store shit on lock, man.
Yeah. Wow.
I think we had a good spirited conversation there. If you guys are liking the content, make sure to like the video. Share it on your social media. Don't be bashful. Share it on your social media. And always post comments in the chat while the live stream is up because we get to bounce off of some of your thoughts as well. In the chat, I see there's Gas some up saying, what's up? Hey, Gas, what's going on, man? I hope all is well.
Yo, tell Gas come on here, man. Tell Gas come on here, man, because he be talking that bull job about New York, man. And I heard him today on today on Pan African Diners channel. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got beef with a lot of African immigrants, man, because they be acting on some still shit, man. They be acting with their nose poked up in the air, man. And I can tell you that. I can tell you that from a person that's family come from Jamaica, man. There's a lot of African people, you know what I'm saying, my brothers and sisters that come from Africa, that when you walk down, like, you know, like I know y'all brothers, man, and Caribbean people don't play this shit, man. You walk down the street, you know what I'm saying, you can be from the island somewhere. I don't give a fuck where you from, man. Especially, that's why I love my roster brothers, man. They be like, yo, all right, yo, what up, King? What up, King? Yo, peace and blessings, man. You know what I'm saying? Yo, you always get that from a roster brother, man. Yo, you walk down the street, you pass an African brother with his dashiki on and his Muslim hat on, man. The dude acting like he ain't in your turf, man. He acting like he ain't on your side of the street, man. You know what I'm saying? They look at you, and you know what I'm saying, the women don't even look at you. You know what I'm saying? You don't get that vibe from a woman from Jamaica or whatever, man. She might not pay you no mind, but at least she gonna acknowledge that you on the block. She was like, yeah. I don't think you attractive enough, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I see you. You got an African brother and sister living right up in the projects in the same place where you at, or on the same block where you at, because they got a dashiki on, you know what I'm saying, and a kufi on or whatever, and they praising their religion or whatever. They acting like they don't see you, man. I done been through that with a lot of African brothers, man. So for him to talk about like, yo, Africans come over here and they just automatically integrate. No, a lot of them be on some stuff shit, man. A lot of them be on some old conceited shit like, yo, they don't see us, man. You know what I'm saying? And yo, y'all need to see us, man. Y'all need to recognize where you at, man. You know what I'm saying? And let me flip this real quick, cause I don't want to be long-winded, man. But yo, like 10 years ago, I was staying out there in Long Island, right? And they had this Haitian bus driver. Shout out to my Zopan brothers, man. You know what I'm saying? The Haitian bus driver. And I had got on a stop out there in Long Island, because you know what I'm saying, you could take the bus from certain parts of Long Island to Fort Rockaway to get on the A train.
Right.
So I got on the dude's bus, because I was going from Fort Rockaway to Long Island. So I got on this bus, and they had some young kids, man. You know what I'm saying? They got on the bus. They ain't had no fit. Yo, you should see how the Haitian brother was talking to them. Oh yeah, I gotta get off the bus. Like that. So I jumped up from the back, and I had to pay for them. I'm like, yo, why you talking to these young brothers and sisters like that, man? They ain't got no money or whatever, but why you gotta disrespect them, man? First of all, they paved the way for you to be here, man. You know what I'm saying? Not on some old, like, okay, they've been here before you, man. You know what I'm saying? If somebody been in the ground before you, you got to give it up to them, man. So why should you be coming from Haiti talking about, oh yeah, yo, well, y'all ain't got no money, you know what I'm saying? Yo, y'all a bunch of hoodlums or whatever. These were like 15-year-old, 14-year-old kids, man. It was like about 3 dudes and like 2 girls, man. So I got up and, you know what I'm saying, paid for all of them, man. You know what I'm saying? And I cussed his ass out all the way till I got to my stop, man. And don't you know, like a month later, he ran over some damn white lady?
Oh wow.
Yeah, man. But it was a Haitian brother, man. But I didn't like his energy. Like, yo, come on, man. When you in Rome, do as the Romans do, man. I ain't saying you got to do all the bad shit, but you gotta salute your soldiers, man. And I learned that from day one, man. You know what I'm saying? I used to have beef with my own family. And not as far as like physical beef or violent beef, but everybody was talking about, oh yeah, black American. I'm like, yo, come on. Everybody don't want to fucking suck off the crack of nuts, man. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, yo, don't make a foolish mistake and get locked up and do some dumb shit. So I understand both sides of the story, because I've been on both sides of the aisle. I've been in the institutions, man. I've been locked down. You know what I'm saying? I made my mistakes. My father ain't never made no mistake. He ain't never got locked up. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, don't knock a brother because, you know what I'm saying, he got a different philosophy. Yeah, I'm not telling you don't go out there and get your money because you don't want to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? But understand, like, yo, you got to understand how people looking at it, man. Now, if you coming from some place that you ain't got the pressure of the white man on your back, you ain't got that vitriol for him, man. I got nothing but vitriol for these white folks, man, because I dealt with them from day one. Now I could probably go to the Caribbean and say, I ain't never, you know what I'm saying, I ain't got no problem with the white man because he ain't never did nothing to me. But yeah, he did something to all of us. So you got to understand where your people is at and meet them where they at. So you got to say, okay, listen, I understand you don't like this cracker, but you still got to get this money so you can get something else, man. Because that's what my father taught me. Yeah, you don't want to work for the white man, I understand, but save your money and come up with a game plan so you don't have to work with it. I was just on some gun ho shit. Now I'm not gonna work for no cracker. I'm not gonna work for no cracker. And I end up falling on my face because I didn't understand that. Okay, you have to work for somebody and get your money up until you can branch out. So
Right.
it's like you have to understand both sides of the coin. That's why I tell a lot of y'all brothers need to tap into that new energy with brothers that's been around Black Americans, Africans, because I've been around Africans too, man. I know Africans downtown that been grinding on the street for years or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I got beef with some of them too, man. You know what I'm saying? But I can tell you about everybody there. You know what I'm saying? So y'all got.
Well, Anthony, I'll say this. You make some excellent points there. I do strongly agree with diasporans who come to the U.S. need to be a bit sensitive to what Africans in the U.S. went through, and move accordingly. Get to like Anthony said, get to know the family, and move a certain way. Move with some unity. So I thank you guys for that. We're gonna go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 because we're trying to keep time. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is: are men to blame for the westernization of women? There's a comment here that says, don't get in y'all's feelings. There's 2 videos for this. I think they're tweets. Oh, I put the wrong thing up. Give me a second to grab the link again. Sorry about this. But there's 2 videos. I think they're tweets, actually. So they shouldn't be, too long. So I'm sorry. I just gotta copy paste this stuff. So I'm gonna post the first tweet so we can look at that now. So okay, so now we're going to Twitter, and the first tweet has a video. I think, yeah. Let me play it, and then I'll play the second video right after, and then we'll discuss it.
Now, in humans, a lot of this information about what males and females desire in a mate is transmitted culturally. And then this becomes a problem if this information is coming from outside of your culture. Because as we discussed in several other lectures, the culture you build for yourself will advance you. It will be successful. It will be the best one for you. But standards from another culture, they may be really bad for you. Now, if you're in Africa, you're probably all right. If other African cultures are influencing you, that's normal cultural transmission. But when you're getting influence now from continents away, where the people don't look like you, can be very, very different, now the likelihood of maladaptive culture is higher. And this then links into what we've talked about earlier about the kind of psychology humans have, where we pay attention to prestige and status and respect and success. So this is a statement from the study. So the Zulu women said that the most common reason given that they are following these Western ideals of thinness and beauty is because they think that is how men want them to look now. So this then takes us back to intersexual selection. What the other sex prefers, you will try to have, so you can attract the opposite sex. So this says that the women believe the men are being influenced by Western standards of attractiveness, and they are now trying to meet that standard, which of course Zulu women can't really meet a Western standard of attractiveness. But it's getting into their culture. The European standard is finding its way into Zulu beauty standards, but it's getting into their culture through the men. If the men weren't now acquiring these Western standards of female attractiveness, the women would not respond to it. They're only responding to it because now they think it's something they need to do to attract their own men. So if you wanted to stop this process, it's the men you have to get to. You really don't have to say anything to the women. If you deal with where these men are picking up bad culture from in terms of what they perceive as attractiveness in a woman, then if they keep it African, they're gonna be just fine, because the women are only gonna respond to the preferences males have, the same way males have to respond to the preferences women have if they want to attract women. So obviously this is maladaptive. This is not adaptive cultural learning. This is a perfect example of bad culture finding its way into your culture, this alien culture that is harmful in several ways. A 2004 study showed that acquiring these Western standards of attractiveness for Black people, psychologically, emotionally, really bad, and it's very poor for identity development as well. And you don't really have to think too much about that. Just reverse it. Let's just make Western women working really hard to look like Zulu women. How bad psychologically would that be for them? It would be ridiculous for them to try that.
All right, so I try to let those videos play like twice to make sure everyone, got a handle for what the content was about. So should be topic number 7 is, are men to blame for the westernization of women? And the advice is to not get in y'all's feelings. And I showed the 2 videos. Let's start with Kevin Carre. Do you think men are to blame for the westernization of women?
No, we're adults here, both man and woman. It's a choice you make. That's a choice you make. Listen, I'm not going to change myself. If let's say I'm trying to get a woman and she's telling me, "Oh, I got to look like Brad," I'm like, you know what? I guess I got to cut my losses and move on. There's no way I'm going to change myself to look like somebody I don't like. I will never want to be like to suit you, because the moment you do that, she starts to lose respect for you anyway. You know, so this guy's always going to change. So, as I said, men and other blame women. That's a personal choice at this point.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
No, I think it's unfair to say that we are to blame for the westernization of women. I think that women have their own minds, and they make up their minds based on a myriad of different things. I believe sometimes outside of what men think. They believe, they see they watch television, and they're influenced by television. They're influenced by the society that they live in as well, and their perceived idea what beauty is supposed to be. I don't think that let me tell you something. I date a lot of women who wear what I perceive to be white woman wigs and all this business, and I don't like that. You know what I mean? And picture me, and I tell them I don't like that, and they'll say, "Well, this is my hair, and I can do what I want to do with my friggin' hair." You know what I mean? So who am I to tell a woman that she shouldn't wear her hairstyle in the way that she wants to wear her hairstyle? I mean, I had many arguments and discussions with various different women I've dated in the past. Let me say that loud. And their perception of what beauty is may be very different. I would like women who would want to wear their hair naturally. They say, Cohen, it's too difficult to manage. That's the excuse they use. You should see somebody standing over me right now. Anyways, yeah. So they would make up all kind of arguments and things of that nature. As far as us wanting to like date slim women, I only see, and this been my experience. I'm talking from my experience. I don't like women with boyish shapes.
Right.
You know what I mean? I like women with curves. Mm-hmm. So this whole idea of Black men want to they thin, nice look. That's why white boys want that. I don't want that. I don't want that, and that's never been my thing. I like to see the circles and the bumps and all them kind of things. I don't like them kind of women. So I feel like it's an unfair statement. And my feelings about it. I take a different view, But women have a right to determine and make up their own minds. I feel like we may have some influence over it, but not the complete influence. I think women can think for themselves and they determine, what they perceive as beauty and what they want to, the hair hats they won't put on top of their head and call it hair. I don't have nothing to do with that. So I don't really agree with this these sentiments this person is making.
In the chat, the learning curve, that's the revolutionary matron. She said, this is the power of media. Women are being sold a bill of goods by gay men. Gay men set the beauty standards. The matron has rejoined us. Now, matron, you want to add to that?
Just that, it's their fault. It's every individual has to make a choice. But if sexual selection is the greatest indicator for future generations to exist, and you're being told that this image is what sexual selection, where sexual selection happens, you will contort yourself. That's why the plastic surgery industry makes billions of dollars a year trying to get people to deface themselves. So I don't think that it's the fault of the men. I just feel like women are easily led and convinced. A lot of times we wind up holding the purse straps and the purse strings, and we're the ones going out and spending the money. And if I'm sitting up at home or I'm at work and all I hear all day is the video vixen is the girl body to have, or the waif is the new style, and then I go to stores and they do things like vanity size, and they play all types of psychological games with women to make them hate themselves. And it happens over and over and over again. And as a man, you should be too busy working to even really be able to pay attention to that. And your presence, most women, doesn't speak the way that it should speak, but your presence there is an affirmation of your relationship there. But no, ultimately, I don't think that it's the fault of, quote unquote, this blanket men in general. It's gay men, because they set these beauty standards because they hate women and they just want money.
I appreciate that insight. This is why I like to have Black women on the panel, because you guys can give a certain insight that's appreciated by probably all of us here. Arthur's earlier in the chat said, I worry about that. I think about my preference for slim, athletic women, which most of my Black women in the South have no intention of adhering to. Gross generalization. Excuse me for that. Yeah, but I understand where you're coming from. Gas them up in the chat said, Black women have no one to answer to. So why does anyone care? He goes on to say, just enjoy your turn and hope for the best. Expect the worst. Sister Ross says, the parents should have taught them to love their Blackness. Understand? Gas them up again says, the learning curve is very correct. Most female models are selected on their closeness and body type to adolescent boys. What a sick. It's true. It's true what y'all are saying, but whoa, what a sick thing. Anthony, what say you to this prompt? Are men to blame for the westernization of women?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Talk about it.
Yes, Black men are to blame, man. I'm not speaking of forms white men or other races of men. Black men are to blame because this is a power dynamic. That's why that's the thing that Black men are not understanding. Everything in this world boils down to a power dynamic. You know what I'm saying? Either you're gonna run your society how you want to run it, or somebody else is gonna run it how they want to run it. You know what I'm saying? It's all about a power dynamic. And I can give you an example, like I just told you with my ex-girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? She first she had dreads and she cut her dreads and then she went to her natural hair. But she didn't have a problem with her daughters putting in weaves or wigs or whatever. And I used to have to bite my tongue because I used to be like, yo, these are beautiful girls, man. You know what I'm saying? And if I had to give my little opinion, I would say, yo, y'all don't need to be doing this stuff. Okay, if you got short hair, you got short hair. But I used to have to bite my tongue as far as certain things, man. But I noticed for her standards was high for her Africanness. She went from her dreads to working her short hair. She will never put in a weave or wig, and that's one thing I loved about her. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying, if her daughter came home with a wig or put in a weave or whatever, she wouldn't say nothing, I guess, because that the man influence wasn't there. Now, if they was my daughters, they couldn't play that crap. And we got to remember that, you know what I'm saying, in the 60s and 70s, there was a lot of black men running around with jerry curls, putting in perms or whatever. So, you know what I'm saying? Come on, it's a power dynamic, man. It's a power dynamic, man. Either the African culture, or the African standard of beauty is gonna succeed the white man's the European standard of beauty, or the European standard of beauty is gonna succeed the white man's the African standard of beauty. It's a power dynamic. And that's what black men is not understanding, man. We in a struggle for survival, we in a struggle for power, man. Two kings can't sit on one throne. Two kings can't sit on one throne, man. You know what I'm saying? So black man is gonna rule this world. African beauty got to rule this world, man. And I'm not telling white girls, you know what I'm saying, to cut off their hair short, or if they got long hair, you know what I'm saying, to do whatever they no. Be satisfied with what you got. That's the meaning of African beauty, man. Be satisfied what God has gave you, man. Just like me as a black man, I'm saying I can't put my hair in cornrows and grow dreads or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm damn near going bald or whatever, man. I'm gonna rock with it, man. I'm gonna rock with it because, you know what I'm saying? I love me, man. I love me, man. So I ain't got no problem, no choice but to love me, man. So if African man is in charge of his society and in charge of running his household, we can always say the women gonna say this and this and that, but a woman can't possibly want to alter her genetics just because she sees somebody else does it, man. Because it's time consuming, you know what I'm saying. And not only is time consuming, it's detrimental to your health. You know what I'm saying. If you got short hair, you got short hair. Just rock with it, man. Because you still beautiful regardless, man. So it's the man's fault for identifying with the European standard of beauty and to bowing down to the European standard of beauty. You know what I'm saying? That goes all back to the power of diamond. Because you got to understand, a conquered people got to go according to the people that conquered them.
Yeah.
So until we get out of that, until we reconquer our own mind state, and not only take it to that next level where we conquer the people that conquered us, we're gonna keep on chasing our tail, man.
In the chat, I want to push this question to all of you. In the chat that Gaston up asked earlier, or it wasn't really a question, but I guess a statement. He said Mexican men have no power, yet their women are not having identity issues. Later on, he says Japanese women started injecting silicone as a way to grow their breasts and attract white soldiers. Japanese men did not tell them to do that. Gaston later on says, show me the Chinese women that are having this identity crisis. And finally, he says, white men have power, yet their women still want to talk dark and handsome man. Someone's sound is coming through. That's distracting me. He says white men have power, yet their women still want a tall, dark, and handsome man. Question mark, question mark, question mark. So, Kare, based on what Gaston is saying in the chat, what do you say to what Gaston is saying?
With a Mexican, hey, they're together. I mean, compared to what our ancestors went through, we were intentionally ripped apart, abused. I mean, they're the Mexicans or whatever, they were kicked or whatever, but they have a history of being. They knew the land, just in case they knew the land. We were brought over here. We didn't know anything about the land, but they have what's the word? They have a reason to stay together. They don't want to. They have dealt with the enemy all these years. You think they want to go out there by themselves. It's only our women that think like that. Oh, I'm strong and this and that. No, it doesn't work that way. But I'll step aside off the mic.
Bro. Sorry to cut you off, man, because I'm tired of these weak men coming up with these weak philosophies, man. He's talking about, oh, they didn't go through this and they didn't go through that. Whose fault? And excuse me for screaming, whose fault is it for black men and the black family to go through slavery? Whose fault is that? But ourselves, our fault, man. It's the black man's fault. Stop trying to put that blame on somebody else, man. We should have been aware enough. We should have been strategic. We should have been strategic enough, and we should have understood the threat. Stop blaming everybody else, man. We don't care about what the Chinese women do. We don't care what the Japanese women do, man. We only care what our women do, man. Stop blaming everybody else, man. This ain't past the buck, man.
Where was I blaming anyone?
This is not past the buck. This is not past the buck. We in 2022, family. I done heard some of the best elders speak, man. And they said stop passing the buck, man.
I agree.
Get on your grind. Get on your grind, man. Get on your grind, man. Either you're gonna stand up, in this world, or you not, man.
Yep.
We don't need no people to come on talking about, oh, this one did this because this one did that. And oh, the Japanese men had to go the Japanese woman had to go get silicone breasts, and the Mexican women. We don't give a flip about all of that, man. All we care is about how African women and our women is doing their thing, man. And that boils down to the point that we haven't stepped up to the plate, man. How the flip do you get enslaved 3 fucking times over, man?
Yeah, man.
How the flip do you get enslaved 3 times over, man? We've been going through this shit with the white man, the Arab, for the last 2,500 years, man. Read Chancellor Williams, man. Step up to the plate, black man. Step up to the plate. I'm calling out all of y'all soldiers, man. I'm calling out all of y'all soldiers, man. What we gonna do? We gonna rock this? We gonna rock this or not, man? Or we gonna keep making excuses and pointing the finger at women, man? I don't give a flip what women do, man. They wanna be hoes, they wanna be this and they wanna be that. I don't care, man. Worry about your kids, worry about your daughters, worry about your sons, man. Raise your family right, man. Stop blaming everybody else, man. It's our fault of the European beauty standard, man. It ain't nobody else's fault but our fault, man. Oh, the women did this and they gonna to television. Who invented the television, man? Who got your kids sitting down watching television, man? You got your kids watching television, man. When my father say turn off the TV, man, he said turn off the TV, man. I can't watch no TV. So who you got to blame for your kids watching Love and Hip Hop, man? Who you got to blame for your kids watching Real Housewives of Atlanta, man? Who you got to blame, man? Be in your kids' lives, man. Raise your daughters, man.
Hey, Anthony, I don't mean to cut your wisdom. Hey, gas them up. Stop throwing peanuts from the peanut gallery. Come on. This mind is directly addressing you. You need to come on and explain yourself.
Yo, tell gas him up, come on, man, because he want a motherfucking advocate for New York, and this dude ain't never ride for New York, man. This dude ain't never rode for New York, man. I ain't got no problem with my Nigerian immigrants, man. But I told you I'm born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, man. I did my time in the streets, man. I know this shit in and out, man. And you know how you know when dude did his time in the streets? You know how you know what dude did his time in America, man? You know what I'm saying? We got 3 institutions, man, and they feed you the same shit, man. In jail, they feed you the box milk, applesauce, and the damn bologna sandwich, man. In hospital, they give you the box milk, the applesauce, and maybe a chicken sandwich, man. And you know what I'm saying? And in school, they give you the same damn shit, man. I've been on the grind, man. Come on, man. Listen, man. Listen. I come from that garbage cloth, man. I'm not no rah dude, man. I'm only 5'7", man. I'm only 140 something pounds, man. I'm not no big gorilla dude, man. You know what I'm saying? But I love my peoples, man, and I think we can do better, man. I think if black men step up to the plate, we can conquer this, man. It ain't too late, man.
I
We
agree
had
with you
some of
there.
the best soldiers that died for us, man.
Yeah,
We gonna let Garvey die in vain?
Yeah, we should be better organized. We shouldn't want to have our next generation starting from scratch. You guys who've been listening to the show a long time now, you know that's what I preach. This thing, every generation has to start from scratch again in Black society. We got to kill that. We got to start building and passing on prosperity, man. And we got to organize and all that. But I want to continue with the questions down the line. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to what Gas is saying in the chat?
I want Gas to come on and explain himself, because Gas just need to stop throwing stones from the peanut gallery. I think that the both of the brothers them are very sincere with what they expressing. I have no bones with not what Gas saying or what the brother is saying. I take a middle position. But for me, for me, as far as what a woman chooses to wear as her hairstyle and all that business, I really don't give a damn about that. To be honest with you, that's from my opinion. As far as westernization of a woman, any woman who deal with me, there's some ground rules we gotta go through before we could engage in any kind of relationship. I don't take the position where I run around my house. I run my house, so it's not never really been an issue for me. For the other brothers who may have issues with the women they deal with, that's another matter. I can't speak for what goes on in their house, but for me and my household, it is what it is, man. And what they call it? They call me barbarian, all the business. I don't business with that. Yeah, you know what they call. They say, "Oh, that you old school and outdated and all." I believe what I believe. So either you gonna get with that program, or you can decide to not be with my program. So it is what it is. But I would like to see Gas come up and have a dialogue with Anthony, because they take two polar different positions. So they need to come on and have a conversation with one another.
Yo, Mr. Untouchable, you from Barbados, right? Oh, you from Bahamas?
He's from the Bahamas, yeah.
From the Bahamas, yeah.
Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you.
Man. Everything good, man. Yes.
That blessings, peace and blessings, brethren. Peace and blessings, brethren.
Right. Matron, do you want to comment on anything that Gas is saying in the chat?
I think that Gas should come up too, but all women, because there was an internet lore that a woman got a man divorced an Asian woman, a Chinese woman, because their children came out ugly, and she had some type of facial surgery, so her aesthetic was different, and the child looked like what she looked like. So I think that all women go through this. I think that unfortunately we have turned over something that used to be a place where eunuchs, who were usually serving as estheticians by choice, and gay men, and we've let them just run rampant. And with the profiteering that happens, it's just not a good combination for any woman. But Black women have the extra burden of all of these extra psychological games, because our frame is different from the frames of other women. We don't usually come in super small size. I mean, yes, women come in all sizes, all colors of women come in all sizes. But when you look and think about a Black woman or an African woman and our curves, she could wear a size 0, and because she got hips or a couple of other dips and, or whatever, she got to go up to a size 3. She's never going to be their idea of beauty. So we need to establish and adhere to our own beauty standard and stop letting them tell us what to do.
I appreciate that a lot, Matron.
Can I say something real quick?
Hold on one second. Mr. Untouchable is asked, or myself, is there a lot of feminism in the Bahamas? When I was growing up, feminism wasn't even a word. Mr. Untouchable is on the ground now.
You see what you're doing right now is you seeing a lot of it come back with a lot of university educated women,
Mm.
you know, because they go some. Now, I don't want to blame this on the United States, but it's just a culture was happening in the United States universities now, where feminism and all these LGBT things is popping up.
It's
So
majors. Yeah.
yeah, so when I hear on the radio people yelling patriarchy, I say where I come from. But the older women don't get with it. The older women have that them old school views and values, and they believe a lot of the old women that houses should be run by the men. You know, they naturally believe that. They don't believe in this whole idea of feminism and we need to get in control. Nah, it's not a. I mean, the women who think like that, they either by themselves or they're in positions where the men don't. A typical Bohemian man wouldn't want to bother with them. They wouldn't bother them. They'll end up to be they'll age out, and they'll either have no relationships as far as a man in their life, because you know most Bohemian men ain't gonna be business with that. After a while, they could be like, the hell with this, you know. So every man, I feel he wants a degree of peace in his home. And if he feels, and when he comes home, it's gonna be a competition. You know, when he come through the door, most men don't want that shit. But most Bahamian men don't want. Let me speak for Bahamian men. Most Bahamian men don't want to deal with that. You know, we have the privilege of having a relationship with you, but we have an obligation in what we do with that relationship, which is to take care, provide, etc., etc., etc. However, the woman have the privilege of being with a Bahamian man who have the obligation of fulfilling her needs and all these other things, but she has an obligation as well. She have an obligation as well. So if you want to create terrorism in your own personal space, that's on you. You'll just be by yourself with it. Because like I say, they are the small minority of people within our community. But at the end of the day, they either gonna be by themselves, or they'll see that, well, this is not gonna, this feminism issue is not going to get any play in the Bahamas, so they leave. They go to the United States or some other so-called first world country to extol the virtues of feminism, and we run the show and all that bullshit.
Yeah, so it's the same as when I was growing up there. It's still the same. The women who missed Untouchable is talking about, I know some of them very well in my youth, man. You know, one of them is a dame now. I'll just say that. But yeah, they tend to be by themselves. No one really fucking with them. Ain't no one checking for them like that. And so yeah, and that's a very small minority of people who would have claimed something like feminism.
Yeah, they are careerists. They get
careerists,
PhDs. Right. They get their PhDs. They never have kids. Whenever you hear them, they always have something demeaning to say about men. But really and truly, I find a lot of them to be very lonely, because at the end of the day, I mean, all your community is gonna have families, and you're gonna be that auntie, you know what I mean? Who, well, people gonna always question. It's like, what's wrong with her? You know, it's what's going on with her. You know, we still have that idea of family, and family is something that is a sincere thing with us. And I don't know. I do believe a woman should have a mind. I do believe a woman should think for herself. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you come around to try to be a natural competitor to what you consider to be your mate, it's gonna be an issue, because a man at the end of the day want to be a man. You know, he gonna want to be a man. You know, so. And it's like two people can't wear underpants in the house. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Maybe that's a caveman thought, but that's what I believe, you know? I don't know.
Anthony, you can go ahead now. And then Bakari.
Nah, I just wanted to say, man, and this is going according to natural selection. I mean, we got to be honest with ourselves, man. Some people are born with it, and some people have to learn. Now, I could honestly say I was born with it, because I'm dark skinned, man. I mean, I'm not blue black, which I wish I was, but I'm dark as hell, man. I've always been criticized as far as, you know, saying you black as hell, you this and that, or you African, this and that. But I've always embraced my blackness as far as like, yo, if a light skinned dude come at me, I'm like, yo, and he called me black as hell. I'm like, yo, you piss colored, you this and you that. So I've always gotten busy from day one, man. So a lot of us is born with that like pro blackness. It's like, for instance, man, when I was a kid, I used to have a chessboard, and I used to always grab the black piece, man. I wouldn't grab the white piece, man. Or I'm the type of dude growing up. If I see a black woman on TV and a white woman on TV, I'll be like, yo, damn, that sister is fine, man. And I'll be like, oh yeah, the white girl look good, but she just don't look as good as the sister, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of brothers just don't like rate themselves on that level. Cause I've never been intimidated by a white man. You know what I'm saying? Now I might not be the best thing since sliced bread, but you know what I'm saying? As far as pound for pound, I get busy. Pound for pound, I get busy. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you could be the same height as me, and you could be the white boy be the same height as me or whatever. I'm gonna look at myself like, yo, damn, you can't touch me, family. I know what I'm built with. I know what I'm working with, man. You know what I'm saying? And I've never been the type of person that would say, oh, black is inferior. I've always thought black was superior. Maybe I'm a black supremacist, man. So if I'm a black supremacist, I'm a black supremacist. But I believe black is superior to white, man. That's just me, man. And that's just how I've been from day one, man. I've just been about my business from day one, man. You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree with you. I agree with you, and I think
that's just me.
That's a message we need to be pushing to our youth. I agree with that too. Black is exceptional. We're supposed to be pushing that to the youth. I want to get Brother Bakari's commentary on this prompt. Are men to blame for the westernization of women?
I would say,
Brother Bakari, you're in the matrix right now.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
You're clearer now. Go ahead now. Yeah, go ahead now. Unmute your mic, Brother Bakari. All right, Bakari seems to be having some issues here. Does anyone else want to have a last word on this prompt? We'll get Bakari. We'll get Bakari for the next.
You gotta tell Brother Bakari separate from that microwave. You got that 5G, man. Separate from that microwave.
Hey, yo, how about now? Am I better now?
Yeah, you're better now. Go ahead.
I say yes, man is to blame. The same man that's to blame for the westernization of the black man is the white man. Yes, the man to blame. Man is absolutely to blame. The white man is the damn.
You're saying men are to blame, but it's the white man who's to blame.
It's the white man. Yeah, it's the white man. The same man that got black men running around acting the way they act.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same man that have black women doing what they do. The same man that have black men scared to stand up for women but want to fight their women. It's the same man. The same man that got the black woman that want to fight their man. It's the same man that done caused all this problem. It ain't gonna be solved. I don't use the term racism, I don't use the term white supremacy because there's something behind holding that up. It's the white man, and it ain't gonna stop until the black man let his nuts hang. Pardon my French on your name. Let his stuff hang, and be a man, and go stop it. And if black men don't ever do nothing, it's gonna get progressively worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. But we are so stuck on how everything is the woman blame, everything is the woman fault because we don't want to look in the mirror as men and do what men do. I'm not saying our women are perfect. Don't get that twisted at all, because I just told you about the woman that went over there to Korea and married that. So we gonna have the problems with our women. But I'm not at war with our women. I'm at war. We're supposed to be at war with the people that caused this problem. But yet we turn the ammo on ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But to answer the question on the topic, yes, the man is to blame, is the white man.
I want to thank all of you for the spirited conversation there. Someone's giving me feedback. For the sake of time, I want to slide on to the next prompt because I'm trying to be done by 1 a.m. So for the sake of time, the next prompt tonight is, why is Father's Day a disrespected day in our community? I already know this is going to cause much debate. This comes with a link. Let's check it out, then we will discuss it.
It's not really a holiday. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like, I show you how this, even by the commercials. Look at the commercials. They'll show you Father's Day, they'll show you a screwdriver, a power tool. Like, go fix it. They want to see you to go fix it. You know what I'm saying? But then when Mother's Day come, be like Zales. Because you care. It be different like these don't want diamonds. You know what I'm saying? Like, they'll do it for their mother, but they ain't gonna do it for their father. Mother's Day come, getting flowers, cards, all kinds of shit, right? What the fuck they get Father's Day? You get a text on Father's Day. That's it, you get a text. Get a text to make sure that you still know where you should send your check.
50 Cent is absolutely right. Nobody can argue with that. Shout out to Marcel. Thank you, Marcel, for sending this video in. But it's Lil James. Lil James got upset with his mother for not reminding him that it was Father's Day. Take a second to make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Click that notification bell for all updates. Let's go ahead and get into it.
About it. Maybe they need to discuss their own holiday. It ain't no but my
Ever since it was Mother's Day, it's like everybody just like, ooh. But then when it's Father's Day, nobody want to talk about it. It's like, why y'all do that?
People been ain't no why y'all do nothing.
I didn't even know it was Father's Day weekend. Until somebody said it at the gym, you wasn't even gonna tell me that it was about to be Father's Day. Father's Day.
James, it was not my place to tell you anything. Like, that's what I want you to understand.
You're my mama.
Okay, but what I was gonna tell you? Oh, James, Father's Day coming up. What you was gonna do? You're not even a father.
No, I said, why you couldn't just let me see? Oh yeah, so James, Father's Day coming up. You want to get your daddy a gift?
Okay, well, get your daddy a gift, Stank. It's not too late. Get your daddy a gift, and you can overnight it. Today, Friday. Baby, get the gift overnight.
What I'm trying to say, Mama, is you wasn't even gonna tell me.
James.
You wasn't even gonna tell me, Mama.
James.
Just because I have a father.
James.
That was wrong.
Ain't nothing wrong about it, baby. I'll send you daddy a cash app. Baby.
Would you want a cash app? Or would you want a real gift?
Okay, well, get him a real gift and overnight, James. You have no reason to be mad about this, baby. It's just next year, and it'll be in May, and I will definitely remind you about it. James.
What if I was with my dad and he didn't tell me it was about to be Mother's Day? I feel good about that, huh? Now I'm standing up for the Father's Day.
Oh, that's what you're doing. Yeah. And you standing up for that's not even the road I'm gonna go down. I'm not gonna go down the road. You stand up for them all you want, buddy. You stand up. Do what you gotta do. You do what you do. What? You wrong. You wrong. You is a mess. That's what you are. The nerve for you to get in this car and try to question me about a Father's Day.
No, I am not. Because you ain't even trying to tell me it was Father's Day.
James, maybe I forgot too. You think I worry about a Father's Day? I'm not.
What about a Mother's Day? No. What if I don't get enough for Mother's Day?
Oh, that baby Chris. You know what, James? It's okay. I'll remind you next year.
What? Mother's Day?
No, for Father's Day. I'll tell you next year. I'll remind you, like, stay. Father's Day coming up, you should probably, it's always
stop.
Question about a Father's Day. Y'all, this is nonsense. And bye, I'm turning my camera off.
You know, it's pretty sad. And when you think about it, Mother's Day is advertised all over the place. Father's Day, people make it seem like it's just any other old day. Look at this comment here from a woman. She says, "We tell them when Mother's Day is because we are the mothers. We gotta do everything, but get nothing but back talk and backlash. Please. Bye, James, LOL, and use your own money to buy him a gift. Don't use your mama's." And you know, that lady, she kept saying LOL, but she was serious. And by the way, the money that his mom has, it comes from him. Lil James is the Insta celebrity. He's the one earning the money. Shout out to all the fathers and everybody who spent the day with your father, or ladies, your husband. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started below. Do you think that women are getting more disrespectful when it comes to Father's Day and refusing to acknowledge the holiday? Or do you think things are getting better? Shout out to Tyrone W, Odiri, Dark Power, and Sir Shy. I appreciate all of you for your support. Want to see more content like this? You can support the channel too. Link.
Very interesting back and forth there. One of the problems, and I see the comments in the chat. I'll address that in a second. But one of the things I got from the video too is the mother is kind of sending a dog whistle in her tone that the father isn't really worth acknowledgement. Like, she's kind of transmitting that, and I'm happy to see the black youth here, this black boy, is strong enough to kind of push through that and stand on the square about this kind of thing. Brother Bakari, what did you think of this video and the prompt that says, "Why is Father's Day a disrespected day within our community?" Bakari, if you're speaking, you have to unmute your mic. All right, Bakari might not be there. Let me go to Kevin Kare.
So you want me to answer that question about? I to tell you the truth, I don't celebrate Father's Day. To me, it's just another Western holiday. They make money off the black community, just like they did with the Juneteenth, debacle. The way I look at it, I respect the black mother, the black father, the most importantly, the black family. But I'll pass the mic on.
All right, let's hear from Mr. Untouchable. Let's mix it up a little bit.
In my community, I always had a issue with how Father's Day was treated. For instance, on Mother's Day, you would see people selling things like, and I know both of these days are very commercialized now, but you would see things like roses on the side of the road, teddy bears, chocolates. I mean, people going all out. And on Father's Day, they used to have, you know what they used to sell? They used to sell crab.
Yeah.
And for me, it was a confusing thing as a child. But in understanding, because you have issues between women and men from time to time, and I understand that is a fact. Because we based off our gender, we are different characters. But I find that I had a good dad in my life. I didn't have a bad dad in my life. He was a very good dad, excellent dad in my life. So I am insulted, when I see the black community sometimes mistreating the day as if it's nothing, because I know the extent of what my father did to educate his kids and to support his children at every measure. And me personally, I take a big offense to it, and I am very, and people could say you could talk about me being discriminating, but when I date women, or if I've dated women in the past, I find out who is the father in their life and how they look at the role of father in their life, because I look at it in turn of how that woman is really going to treat me. You know what I mean? It's like, if she can't accept that role, that male role model, that male figure, or if he's not necessarily respected in her mind, I'm figuring she can really in turn take that out on me in some way. You know what I mean? So, and that's why I kind of like blend off of those kind of women. And maybe that's wrong of me to do that. But I just feel like sometimes Father's Day is something that's disrespected in our community, and not everyone didn't measure up to this idea of what a good father is supposed to be. So I have a bit of a contempt of how it's treated within our community.
I agree with you. These are holidays and it's commercial, yada yada. I get that, but still, I do understand the sentiment from Mr. Untouchable. I mean, it goes so far as you'll have women who are perhaps single mothers on Father's Day saying Happy Father's Day to me, or Happy Father's Day to another woman who's a single mother. And it's a weird dynamic. So I do understand that feeling of disrespect. I saw Brother Bakari return. Is Bakari there now?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, your volume is pretty low though.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, much better. Go ahead.
Okay, my thing is with this video, she was absolutely stupid.
Mm-hmm.
The young man want to talk, want to talk to his father, want to do something for his father on Father's Day, and she's absolutely insulting him and trying to put his father down in a sarcastic manner and make like it's funny, and it's not funny. She was absolutely horrible. But once again, even if you listen to the who did the video, when it's talking about why is the father now fortunately for me, I never had this problem, right? But anyway, why ain't Father's Day uh advertised like Mother's Day? So once again, it's back to the people that's controlling everything, right? So we have to make sure that Father's Day is promoted in our household, in our community, if we want it promoted, because they are not going to promote it. 50 Cent say fathers on Father's Day, they always getting things for us to go. Father always got to fix something. And the reason I find that funny, I was in the store, Harbor Freight, on Father's Day, day before Father's Day, I'm sorry. And it was this lady in the store, and that's exactly, and she was buying her husband, uh, uh she was buying her husband a cordless drill. But she said that's what he wanted, and she was just hoping she got the right kind. And I do understand what 50 Cent is saying, but it's something we have to promote. This type of woman is absolutely, she's horrible, she's gonna cause problems with the father and the son. If she having that's what like I said, she's being sarcastic, but
Yeah,
like
you're
she's being
breaking up a little bit there.
sarcastic, but it seemed like she's probably gonna cause some problems, or she's trying to cause some problems uh in this. Oh man, I don't know what's going on, man. I'm having all kind of difficulty.
All right, all right, all right.
I'll yield
We'll
the mic then.
yeah, we'll come back to you. It's all right. Before I go to Anthony and the matron in the chat, gassed him up, had a bunch to say. He said, because black men are lazy, black men are useless, black men are weak and powerless, black mothers are angels. So of course they deserve the best. Now, this is a masterclass in sarcasm, by the way, in what Gassim was doing. He says that black woman is correct. His daddy ain't worth spit because his daddy has not defeated white supremacy and acquired power. Gassim then says, this is my type of black woman. He says, black men are not fathers until they get power. So until then, they might as well let other race of men name their children. The learning curve, the matron who's on the panel says, why is she arguing with a kid like this? That's what the matron said in the chat. Gas says to the learning curve, this woman is my type of woman. She's perfect. Finally, the learning curve says to Gas, you are living up to your name. With that said, matron, what say you to all of this? To the post, to the video, to the chat? What say you?
Okay, first I want to answer the question, which is why is Father's Day a disrespect day within our community?
Yes.
And I think Brother Bakari kind of sort of started hitting it on the head, which is that we have to value these days. We have to establish how important this is. And when you don't have a history of prioritizing Father's Day like you do Mother's Day, and doing different things for dad like you do for mom, you come up with situations like this. But what I got from the video is that the dad's not in the home, and maybe he is a good father, but obviously he wasn't a good match for her, so they're not together. And she doesn't take priority. This day doesn't take priority for her because he's not with her, so he's nothing as far as she's concerned. And I think that that instantaneous devaluing of a person, no matter how good they are outside of the you and I relationship, is a problem within our community. And I'll drop the mic.
I love that. Drop the mic. Anthony, you heard everything everyone had to say, but first address the prompt. Why is Father's Day a disrespected day within our community? And then address some of the things you heard from the other panelists.
Well, first of all, I mean, as far as Father's Day being a disrespect in our community, I think that's just like that's like a I don't know whether to say it's macro or microcosm, but okay, if Mother's Day is more celebrated and that's what the media and that's what our society is more geared towards, that means that's what it's going to be about. Because we got to remember we live in a commercial type of society, you know what I'm saying? So it's going to be more like Father's Day's in the background, you know what I'm saying? Because they have Children's Day too, and we never hear about Children's Day, you know what I'm saying? But
I didn't
you
even
know
know
what I'm saying?
that.
Yeah. I think that's in July, something. They even have Grandparents' Day too, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's like either a microcosm or a macrocosm. I don't really know how to define it, but you know what I'm saying? In the overall aspect, I just think that that's how you know we are conquered people as far as living in a conquered society, because we have another man dictating what's important to us.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've always say Mother's Day is every day. Father's Day is every day. You shouldn't have to pick one day to celebrate your father. Your father should be celebrated every day. If he's in a home, he's taking care of what he's got to take care of. He's being a provider, a protector. He should be celebrated every day. You know what I'm saying? That should never be taken for granted. Just like your mother giving birth to you, your mother, you know what I'm saying, making sure you clean, you know what I'm saying, making sure, you know what I'm saying, you got your necessary things, you know what I'm saying? That shouldn't be taken for granted. Like the Bible says, you know what I'm saying, and I'm not talking from a Christian standpoint, but I'm talking about from a philosophical standpoint. The Bible says, you know what I'm saying, the woman gives the law and the father gives the commandment. You know what I'm saying? That's why when your father says, yo, do this and do that, you have to follow it. But your mother gives you the law. Like, yo, son, don't commit murder. Son, don't commit this. Don't do that. Don't steal. Be righteous. Be upstanding citizen. So you know what I'm saying? We have to define what's important to us as African people. We have to, you know what I'm saying? And that's what Dr. Amos Wilson said, man. You know what I'm saying? We have to redefine what terminologies mean to us. We have to get out of that Western philosophy and stop letting them dictate what's important to us. Because I mean, to be honest and truly, I mean, you got to remember. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they started this new wave shit, but 10, 15 years ago, there was no Father's Day and Mother's Day in the Caribbean. I can tell you that for a fact. Was no Father's Day and Mother's Day in the Caribbean, man. You know what I'm saying? Only thing they celebrated was Christmas and Boxing Day. And then you had your carnival season or whatever, man. There was no Father's Day, Mother's Day, you know what I'm saying? And all kind of other bullshit. Thanksgiving, now they probably celebrate Thanksgiving in the Caribbean, man. There was no Thanksgiving in the Caribbean, man. You know what I'm saying? So all this is a Western generated media machine. You know what I'm saying? That's infiltrated, that's projected on us to siphon our pockets. You know what I'm saying? So we got to understand what's important to the black man as far as family. What's important as a black man as far as raising your kids and making sure your children are in a proper mind frame and they know what they got to do for life, man. Because the best thing a father can do is to provide and protect, and to let his kids, especially his son, know what I need from you. This is what I need from you to take the race or to take the family to a higher level. And that's what we missing as fathers. You know what I'm saying? Don't just be a father and tell your kid, oh, go to school and get a good education. You know what I'm saying? And be the best outstanding citizen as you need him to be. You got to tell as a father, you got to tell your son, your job in this world, and I brought you into this world, is to destroy white supremacy and to prevent any other type of supremacy against black people. And I
like
passed
that.
the mic.
I like that. I like how you clinched that thought. I like it. In the chat, KW Don 7 says the black community is a dysfunctional patriarchy, not a matriarchy. Caesar is still with us. Caesar was on the panel earlier. He said Father's Day is disrespected in Black America because a lot of these kids don't have fathers. He goes on to say 72% of black babies are born to unmarried mothers compared to 29% for white in America. The matron who's on the panel tonight, in the chat, she said black fathers are some of the most engaged fathers if they're allowed to be in the lives of their children. They change diapers, spend time with the children, and are more involved than other races. Yeah, there's a Pew, and I know this is other folks doing the study, but even these other folks, these enemies of ours, had to admit that black men, and then I think it was Hispanics and then white, were more involved with their children, especially the generation that I'm in, that I can't remember now, but the Gen X, I think, the generation after the boomers, like that generation really started to change that whole, way that fathers work with, within families and towards children and stuff like that. So even our enemies had to admit that we do a better job at it than them. Let's welcome our brother. Gas them up to the panel. Gas them up. How are you this week?
Peace. How's everybody?
Good. How are you?
All is well. Hope
Wait,
you all are
before
good.
he get to talking, you said we were gonna go to bed at 1:00. Don't let him keep us up past 2.
Yeah, you see how he come on so calm. Attack.
Go ahead, guys. We still have two more prompts, but so keep that in mind, and we're trying to end at 1. So
No, I have nothing to say. I mean, I said everything I need to say in the chat.
all right, cool. For the sake of time, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9. That's a nice rhyme right there, right? Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is "We are not done yet." Is the fight still in our young women? This kind of builds off of what we've been talking about for a while here. Let's check out the video that came with it.
Let's get freaky. Let's get freaky, baby. 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 One night chillin', feeling kind of good in the hood. Understood, ain't no AK chillin'.
My name is Di.
All right, and
America.
You dating a guy in a relationship? Would you rather be cheated on or find out he was undercover?
Well, I wouldn't want to know that he's undercover because it's too much going around. But I would at the same time because I might can do him in the butt.
Toot that ass up.
So you gonna peg him out?
Yeah, that's what he want. That's what I'm gonna give him.
Service with a smile.
You ain't even go out. He ain't got to go outside of the relationship. You can give him everything, the best of both worlds.
Stay right here, baby. Yes. I don't know. I think I'd rather be cheated on.
Okay.
Because at least I can cheat back and get back at him.
Right. Appreciate that.
Then again, if he is bisexual, right?
You know, I could get like one of my gay friends on him or something, and just do him dirty like he did me.
Right. All right.
True, right?
I thought you about to say some other shit like I can go get a guy and they can both get your ass.
Oh no! Oh no! Like that.
What's your Instagram, man?
It's America.xs.
__ diverse.
What's up?
Okay, so if they're bi,
What's up, bro? Everything good? Good to see you, man.
are they dating someone at the same time?
We can talk about it. All right, so I'm here with
Mia, Eliza, Kat.
Where y'all from?
Tampa.
All right, so you dating a guy. Would you rather be cheated on by him or find out he's bisexual?
Okay. So if he's cheated on,
Okay.
cheated on. Yeah, cheated on for sure.
All right, I'm asking y'all lying a little bit.
If he's bisexual, is he dating somebody else?
Now you like went through his phone or you found in the past like he dated men before.
So you see it on his phone.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Okay, no, cheated on.
Why cheated on over the bisexual?
Because look, if we like having sex raw and you in the ass, no, like
That's tough.
that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Like what the?
It's like, okay, peace out, bye.
What's your Instagram?
Love LUV _Liza 2 A's at the end.
Mine's Babe Doll Mia with 2 A's at the end.
Mine's Catherine with a C.
2 A's at the end?
No.
Okay, I'm just checking.
_Lynn S.
That bit bouncing, bit like a Grand Theft Auto vehicle, bit. That bit bouncing and bouncing and bouncing and bouncing and bouncing that ass. I'm here with
Abby, Dominique,
Now you learn.
Alexandra, Chanel.
Where y'all from?
Jersey, New York, Maryland.
You dating a guy you're in a relationship. Would you rather be cheated on or find out he's bisexual and why?
Wait.
Would you rather find out that your man cheated on you or that he was like undercover? And, yeah, undercover, like, oh wow, like, you know what I mean, like dudes and women.
Cheated on me.
You rather be cheated on?
Yeah, for sure. I don't want to find out that my man like the whole time.
What did you say? You don't know if he with his homies, like really being with his homies on the game, or
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
what you think?
Just wait. If I find out he undercover, is he cheating on me undercover?
No, he went to his phone in the past. He been with guys in the past or something.
Ooh. Well, you know, it is 2022, and you know, has he ever been with men?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, you found out that, but he ain't cheating on you though. But you found out he been with men, so you got to be cheated on or find out that your guys and the guys too.
But he lied to me. He
I'm
lied.
saying you ain't asked him though. You just found out. You got to think all the guys you date, you never been like, hey, you like dudes, unless you live in Atlanta.
You answer the damn question.
Cheat on me.
Cheat on me. All right. Now, one of y'all always said this is too close to home. I don't know what
That was not me.
So what you rather be cheated on or find out your man bisexual?
Cheated on.
Why cheated on over the bisexual?
No comment. What? Cheated on, but you know I could leave him after.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's about it. Nene.
And
Kiki,
where y'all from?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Been what city?
I'm from Raleigh.
Okay.
She from Chicago.
My sister went to A&T. That's what I was asking.
Oh yeah, I went to Salem. Shout out to the Rams.
Y'all be having them homecomings over there. They be lit. So real quick, you in a relationship with a guy. Would you rather be cheated on or find out he's bisexual?
Cheated on. Both of those happened to me. I don't want neither one of them shits.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna need a story time on this. And why you pick cheated on over bisexual?
Cause
That's a lot right there. And that shit,
Digest it.
look at her hands, man. I'm putting.
Digest it.
I can't even digest it. So what happened? So you been a part of both joints? Bless your heart. You've been through a lot. No, it ain't. It's history. It makes you stronger.
No.
So what have you been cheated on and you found out one of the dudes?
Definitely made me stronger. Yeah. But he wasn't really undercover. It's like, you know, you see the red flags, but you try so hard.
Red flag look like 6 flags.
He was gay as
Okay. You like that though?
No. No. I was blinded. Love is a mother. But I mean, I'd rather be cheated on. For real.
All right, dope. I appreciate y'all. That wasn't that bad, right? Nice meeting y'all.
Thank you too. Thank you.
Enjoy y'all vacation. Be safe out here.
Nene.
Diamond.
And
Hold on. Katie.
I'm D-Rat.
what's that? She rap now? What you do?
No, I don't do nothing.
Oh, look at her step when she stepped into that bit. All right, where y'all from?
South Carolina.
North Carolina.
Okay, listen. Y'all in a relationship with a man, you got a guy. Would you rather be cheated on or find out he's bisexual and why?
Cheated on.
Cheated on?
Cheated on.
Cheated on.
Cheated on.
Why cheated on over bisexual?
Because you with a whole man, like that's not acceptable.
Are you gay? How you gonna ask me a question like that? How do you marry a woman and then turn around and let a man bend you over? Ain't nobody bending me over. Oh, so you doing the bending?
I don't like dookie dick.
Wait.
Okay.
Not about to give me a disease, period. That's it. They even getting cheated on, but still, that man, that's enough.
Oh, that's nasty. That's so nasty.
Some people, the men, I feel like, yeah.
What's y'all Instagram?
EXO _ Nene.
_ all ALL _ about KD _
What y'all do?
Oh, I'm a military police.
Okay.
I'm a nurse in the future, y'all.
All right.
Cosmetologist.
What's your IG? You find it? You got read it?
Okay.
You done took that puff.
It's _D _ R _ A _ T _
Crazy ass. Hit that vape one more time. Yeah, you can't come out here South Beach. You feel me? Everybody ain't gonna make it. Your man at home, man, he ain't get to make the trip. He wanted to be in Miami too. So they ain't calling you and starting arguments on purpose and shit. Your relationship is in shambles because you want to be on South Beach with your cheeks out. The yammy whammies out. Was it worth it? Was it worth your yammy whammies being out? Look at the relationship. Dwindling. Hanging on by a thread. A stringy wingy. All because, look, and dudes are still hollering at your girl while y'all in the argument. He don't care. Your girl getting past the flyer while y'all are in an argument. The dude on the other end of the line crying too. He yelling and shit. The neighbor, he yelling to the top of his line. He got veins in his neck and his forehead. Is she gonna accept the flyer? Look, he tapping her. Baby, he's gonna be okay. After you done with him on the phone, come on back with me. I'm Great Sweatpants. Come on back home.
Oh my God. Tori,
Audrey,
Lynn,
Jay,
Brittany.
You in a relationship? You with a guy? Would you rather be cheated on or find out he bisexual?
Cheated on.
Why cheated on over bisexual?
Because hell, bisexual, I get AIDS quick. I don't want no man that wants the same thing I got.
Oh, whoa.
I don't want no man that wants the same thing I got. The same thing I got. That's that. I'd rather be cheated on than with a bisexual because I'm not playing in your ass.
Man, shit, they got serious.
Hey.
But you ain't going back there.
What's the question?
What's your name?
Shanae.
Dre.
And
Shanine.
what you sipping on?
Deuce. My name is Tiny.
Tay.
Would y'all rather find out, you're in a relationship with your guy, would you rather find out he cheated on you or find out he bisexual? Which one and why?
Bisexual.
Okay.
Because I need to know. Because I'm going to beat your ass like you.
I need to find out if he's bisexual because I don't play those type of games.
Yeah, no.
So you rather be cheated on than find out he bisexual?
Yeah.
Honestly.
Why?
Yeah, that
Why?
But no, I need to know if you're bisexual. What the f*** are you talking about?
You already with him. You don't know. But would you rather find out he cheated on you or that he bisexual?
I'd rather find out he's cheating on me, but I need to know if you're bisexual so I can beat your ass.
Okay.
I'd rather know if he's bisexual.
You rather?
I think I'll do the bisexual too.
Why bisexual over cheating?
Just because, like,
cheating don't exist.
I need to know if you doing the bending or you getting bent.
Like, it don't matter shit. Hey, cheating is cheating. Cheating is cheating. Cheating is cheating. I'd rather find out you're cheating. But I know you're bisexual. I'm gonna tell you this. It needs to be very clear, open communication at all times. I need to know if you fucking or getting, okay? All right?
Who's spilling shit having too much fun? Spill the deuce thing.
Who spilled it?
I'm here with
Anishka,
Where you from?
Miami.
What you do?
I sing, I rap, I write, all of that.
A plethora of things.
My Instagram is Anishka Music, ANNISHKA.
All right, though. You in a relationship with a guy, would you rather be cheated on or find out he's bisexual? And why?
I rather neither, but I'm gonna answer your question.
Thank you.
I'd probably rather be cheated on.
Okay. Why cheated on over find out he bi?
Because if I find out he bi, that means he out here trying all different types of things, and because he over here trying all different types of things, I don't know what that brings, and I don't want none of that.
So we can be like a little sandwich.
Chrissy, Lauren.
Where y'all from?
Atlanta.
Atlanta, ATL?
Virginia.
All right, so you got a boyfriend, right? Would you rather be cheated on or find out he's bisexual?
Cheated.
Cheated? Cheated or find out he's bisexual, he undercover?
Cheated.
Cheated. Why cheated over the undercover brother?
Because, I mean, you could have told me ahead of time. I feel like bisexual is another limit. It's kind of like over pushing it. So, yeah.
You don't even know what he's doing with his homies now.
Yeah. That would make me second guess everything. So, yeah, damn, she fat as shit. I'm sorry.
You got some yams? Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, you ain't come out here like Pink Panther to be playing. She put baby oil on me, yams too. She meant business.
No, you did.
Even when women see the cakes, they get distracted.
Courtney. Tiana.
Y'all come on through. All right, so real quick, be honest. Would you rather be cheated on or find out your boyfriend is bisexual?
I'd rather get cheated on because I'm gonna cheat back regardless. I don't give a.
All right, okay.
Yeah, I'd rather get cheated on because I don't want my nigga being with no. Yeah, like I don't like.
So why you pick cheated over the bisexual joint?
Because I don't want to get up his ass. And you could catch AIDS and shit from taking up his ass and shit. I just want cheat on me, bitch. I'm gonna cheat on your ass back. I don't.
And then y'all be good. Y'all even Steven.
No. Bye.
Oh, okay. And you gonna leave on top of that?
Yup. And follow me on Instagram at _the_girl_TP. Period.
Like Tyler Perry movie say, you doing the bending? Because I don't like that. Because if he get bent over, and then if he doing,
and that's all Michael Jackson.
Right. I don't like that.
What Mike got to do with this?
Janet Jackson played that part.
Well, hope y'all enjoyed another public interview. Please smash the like button. Don't forget to check out the brand new podcast is out on the main channel and the new skit. If you rock with me, you want.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this prompt, but Officer in the chat says, now ask guys that same question. And yes, you will get a different answer. Let's welcome Tan Zan to the panel tonight. Tan, how are you this week?
I'm good. Thank you very much. How are
Good.
you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. You didn't have your show this week, did you?
No. I was traveling. I was coming back. Yeah, I'm back now in the in the States, but I was traveling that week, this week.
Yeah. Because I forgot you mentioned that last week. I tuned in and something else was going on. But Tan, shoot the breeze, topic number 9. Are we done yet? Is the fight still in our young women? Did you understand the video as it relates to the prompt?
Not quite. If you can explain it a bit, or have the others.
So I didn't come up with the prompt. Someone else did, and they're not here right now. Okay. But yeah, I mean, did you see anything in that video that says to you that young Black equals African women are not willing and able to put up resistance?
Well, the resistance is certainly very low. It's very low and it's very weak, and it's a bit sad to watch all of that. Yeah. So there was a similar debate about whether guys would go for a man who is pretending to be a woman, or a particularly not very attractive woman. And it surprised me too, the men's comments. Somebody was saying us they're the men, but the men were like, yeah, if it looks good, some of those lady boys, they really treat themselves really good. So yeah, things is at this moment it seems a bit bleak, but maybe it's just me. So yeah, there were a few, ones trying to climb out of the muck, I must say. So not all bad, but yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Tan. Gas them up. You saw the video. You see the prompt. What say you to this?
I don't really know what to say. I guess maybe the person is trying to say that because the girls are picking cheated on, that they're not going along with certain agendas. I mean, sure. I didn't see anything from those girls that told me family and women ready to submit to male authority. I didn't see anything like that. But what do I know? I don't have power.
I was gonna go to Anthony, but look like Anthony dropped off. Let's now go to the matron. Matron, what say you to this?
I was really kind of confused. I mean, there are a lot of different ways this can be interpreted. I thought about Hot Girl Summer. Like, are we not done yet with Hot Girl Summer? And is the fight still in our young women to, I guess, fight for their rights to have Hot Girl Summer or be open and wild? But I don't know. In the context of the video and the question together, I hope we're done with this whore culture and all of this, stuff that's going on and going around. But I don't know.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I have a different view of what I saw just now, because if I was to just take away the outrageous behavior and take away the landishness of it all, almost 100% of them women was completely on code, completely, because it seems, y'all could correct me on this, that the face of LGBT and all that business is a Black woman. She's the face of that. In fact, the speaker for the president right now is a Haitian girl, with funny hair, whatever. But it seems like the face of the LGBT idea is really actualizing the black woman. And the fact that 100% of these women wasn't down, as a matter of fact, the ideas of the whole issue was like, yeah, you know what I mean? It was like, nah, we ain't with that. You know what I mean? And it's not to say that they don't necessarily agree with it. Even one girl may have said that, well, we are in 2022, but almost 100% of those women was like, they had very conservative ideas on what a relationship is supposed to be. Well, regardless of the fact that they believe that a relationship should be between a man and a woman. Now, if that man decides to cheat, he should cheat on another female. You know what I mean? It's like all of them had the idea of completely uncodedness. So I don't understand why the face of the whole LGBT movement, maybe because the BLM is
it's the intersectionality stuff. Yeah,
was a bunch of L's, but the reality is when you speak to the typical Black woman on the street, they hold to very conservative values. You know what I mean? It's a relationship between a male and a female. Now, we could talk about how they was dressed. We could talk about the fact that they was wild and out, but these are young girls, and I expect them to be young girls. But when they decide to take on the cap or wear the hat of motherhood, we hope that the ideas change and they become more responsible. We wish for the best and hope for the best. But I find it interesting that 99 or even to 100% of the women was completely on code. And that's really, for me, it's unprecedented, in particular when it comes to Black anything. I find it to be very interesting.
I'm gonna be like gas them up for a moment, Mr. Untouchable. Have you ever seen young Jewish girls carry on like that?
Yeah, well, it depends. It depends again. It depends on if you're talking about Jewish girls in the Hasidic community in New York City, which is different.
Yeah, Orthodox.
Absolutely
Orthodox
not. Yeah. Absolutely not. But I could say that I've never seen a bunch of 7-day. What's the woman who used to wear the long skirts?
7 days.
7 days. I don't see them carrying like that either. And so it's like the community. These, and I've also seen secular Jewish women. They act in an outrageous way. As a matter of fact, some of their behavior is outrageous. It depends on the community you're talking about, man. So I would say that these are just young secular girls, and if you was to go to some college campuses where some secular Jewish girls are, they would act outrageously too. So I don't want to just put a stamp on these girls because they're young and they impressionable, and I think that they'll eventually grow out of it, man. I really believe that. Like I said, we hope for the best.
Kevin Carey, let's hear what you have to say about it.
Mr. Untouchable stole all my ideas, man. That's what I wanted to say. I'm like, when I heard him kept saying, whether you take a bisexual or cheat, like I'd rather him cheat. And he's right. They're on code. So I was thinking, yeah, these girls are on code. But I said, well, not what I said. What he's saying is they're young. They will grow out of it eventually. Not all, but I would say the majority. But if you look at our culture, we don't do what the mainstream people do. It's just a small minority of people that want to join up and integrate with these folks that do these things. But I digress.
In the chat, KW Don 7 says, he quotes, "Black people are serious about not being serious." And he's citing Kamau Kamban. So I think that's a good final word on that prompt. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 10 tonight. Hold on. Shoot the Breeze, topic number 10 tonight is 2 Florida men accused of attacking a black teen. This came with a link. Let me share the link with you guys. Hold on. Okay. So the link is to a newspaper article, but there's a video here. Look at that. Hold on. This is why I say I don't like news articles. Okay, let's check out this video.
52-year-old Donald Corsi and 61-year-old Howard Hughes face criminal charges after deputies say they attacked 2 teenage boys who were driving through their Lake Forest neighborhood in Sanford Tuesday night.
Right here, buddy. Right here. Tell me what you were doing.
This cell phone video of the confrontation was recorded by 16-year-old Jermaine Jones, who had been driving the white Mercedes. He had a 15-year-old passenger, and according to the teens, they were headed to a friend's house to spend the night when the 2 men yelled at them for speeding. After the teens turned the car around to leave the area, they say the men forced them to stop and attacked.
Burning out racing through my neighborhood. Burning out racing through my neighborhood. Not to. I'm not in your face. Get out of my neighborhood.
The teens say the men dented their car with a traffic cone and threw a rock through the back window. The arrest affidavit also says Hughes used the cone to hit one of the teens in the stomach. Jones's parents told West 2 News over the phone, while their son admits he was speeding, the men had no right to attack.
They could have simply called the police. They could have done anything, but the audacity of them to think that they could just do what they wanted to do because it's their neighborhood, is what they said. Get out of my neighborhood.
Jones's parents have obtained an attorney and want the men to face more serious charges.
I personally was appalled and disgusted. I cannot believe that in 2022 that grown men would treat a child this way. I really couldn't believe it. And this was all because of the color of his skin.
In Seminole County, Amanda Dukes reporting, West 2 News.
All right. This news story is.
I want to bring in NBC News investigator Chloe Atkins and NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos now to sort of talk about it and try to unpack.
Sorry about that. I hate when that type of stuff happens. My apologies again. Again, I'm going to ask. I want to state that this is a story that's pretty typical at this point. We see this all the time. I don't know why folks want to discuss this type of stuff over and over. It's like the killing of unarmed black men and stuff. Like, it's passé at this point. We know that's what's going on. What are we going to do about it? But it was a topic that was posted to the Discord. By the way, pinned at the top of the chat is the link to the Discord, is the invite link. If you want to join the Discord, join the community. Let's discuss curriculum building, etc. I know I haven't been pushing a lot of conversations there lately, but I will be back to that soon. Join the Discord, click the link, and let's talk about curriculum building. Let's talk about re-Africanization, etc. Again, this is a pretty typical type story, but Kevin Carre, what say you to this?
Yeah, it never seemed to amaze me. Not one day in America where a black person is not harassed by these demons. But what was typical about that is look where it took place, Sanford, Florida. Isn't it like almost 10 years since Trayvon Martin got killed?
Yeah.
You know, and I said it shows you how much of a coward these people are. They would not attack people like, you know, me, you, and any other grown black man. They would never do that. But they'll go after alleged soft targets. You know. But my thing is, though, you know, as I said, situational awareness. Why are you going into these white people's neighborhood? I mean, I don't know if their friends was in that neighborhood, but I would not feel safe going to spend a night in a white community like that. But I digress.
Yeah, I agree. Let's hear from Gas Them Up. Gas Them Up. What say you to this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be. I look at it from two ways. One, of course, you know, it's racist Florida. They shouldn't be attacking those young black men for any reason. However, the truth of the matter still remains. If that was a black community, and I'm an elder in that community, and you're speeding through the community, and we tell you to stop, we gonna whip your ass if you don't listen. And I'm sorry to say, yes, the mother should press charges and sue because it seems to be exacerbated even more so because of race. But at the end of the day, what are you doing with your child when your child is pretty much doing donuts and all this crazy shit in the neighborhood? You know, where were you? What are you teaching your child? See, because my thing is, again, not excusing the racism, not excusing any of that, but as an educator, I hear parents like her all the time. It's just excuse after excuse after excuse, and then the child never faces responsibility. So, unfortunately, it was discipline, but dished out by the wrong party. But the problem is, where's the black community to discipline that little boy? Because on one hand, he's 15 driving a car. Well, if you're 15 driving a car, that's a responsibility because you do have vehicular homicide. You have life and death in your hands with that vehicle. You should be conducting yourself with maturity. Mama ain't teaching him that. We didn't hear father on the phone. So I don't want to make assumptions and say she probably ran the father off. Who knows? Maybe he ran away. But my point is that, yes, the two gentlemen seem to be irate because there was a bunch of black kids driving in their neighborhood. That's wrong. They should get the book thrown at them. But now let's look at it from a community level. Them boys, you know, especially the one driving, if that was a black community and my grandma's crossing the street, I'm going to want to whip your ass too. But we don't discipline these boys because these women, no disrespect, these women and these mothers get in the way and say, oh, not my baby, not my baby. And, you know, my child is an angel. Well, your child is out there doing donuts. So, you know, my contention is right discipline, wrong party to dish it out. That's just my opinion.
I hear that. Let's hear from Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you?
What always surprises me is how people are always surprised by the year. Like some magical time is going to come when all these bad things will end, and people are surprised that, oh, it still hasn't. You know, it's whatever insert year, and people are shocked that these things are still happening. I mean, at some point, we have to have some sort of, you know, pre-active, you know, response where, you know, if something happens, people already know how to respond to it. Not, oh, I was so shocked at it. It's
Right.
20 something. It's, you know, 2035 or whatever. You know, that's the first thing that we should have. What do people do when something like that happens? It's usually either, you know, forgive or shock or all this. I mean, none of that should shock. It should maybe shock somebody on a personal level. You know, nobody's expecting that to happen to them. You know, but, you know, going on publicly and talking about how shocked you are, that just sounds so naive. It's, in any case, sorry to go back to the previous one when we talked about, you know, the ladies. I still see it differently, or maybe not with certain optimism, because for me, what the ladies were saying, even the ones who said, well, I'd rather be cheated on for them, the problem was not so much, oh, well, this guy is doing something he shouldn't do. Just let him not do it to me. That's all I had, that, oh, there's nothing, really wrong with that as long as it doesn't come to my door. And this is also part of when women also let in this, this lifestyle in, because they were buddies, with the men, because they said, oh,
Yes.
well, sorry?
I said yes. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so sometimes people may just look at something like, oh, well, I don't want it to happen to me, but I don't mind it if it's going on. So with the young hoodlums, somebody may say, well, I don't want, the kids behaving that way, but if it's my kids or my brother or my own kids, then suddenly they're a victim of their criminality. So so sometimes, even if we're going to blame somebody for doing it, the mother should have said, well, those two men were not right. They exceeded their authority. But at the same time, my boys should have, not done 1, 2, 3, or whatever they were doing. Anyway, yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
I appreciate that. I was going to go to the matron, but she hopped off. In the chat, KW7 says this is typical Urugu attacking soft targets. Goes on to say, we still talking about it's 2022. We still don't understand we are behind enemy lines when subject to their authority. And that's why ultimately we got to get away from these folks, man. KW7 lastly says the fact that it was a Benz may have burned Urugu, thus the reason for the boulder through the window. Yeah, they have a little sissified way of looking at things like that too. They have a very, what we call, bad-mindedness to them. They see you in the Benz and you're already a soft target, so they don't believe they could do anything to you. And when they realize, wait a minute, this Negro has the audacity to be driving a Benz too, and he's a teenager or something like that, yeah, they broke the glass on that shit. They sent their message with that. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this prompt?
I tend to lean towards what Gas Them Up was saying, and that's interesting because he's kind of right. But let me just first say they should be arrested for property damage. They destroyed property that it wasn't theirs, then they shouldn't have done that. But if I was to think and say, as he said, what if this was a black community and a young white kid was rolling through there, driving in a very careless and reckless manner? Shouldn't me as an older person, or if I was an older person watching this, shouldn't I want to police my community in a way to say, hey, you can't do that too. You know what I mean? I have children in this area. It's older people in this area who trying to cross the street. You can't do this shit here. So why am I gonna get mad at these fellas for policing their communities? They have a right to police the communities too. Now, I wouldn't go as far as destroying his property because they don't have the right to do that. However, they do have a right to police their community. You know what I mean? We can't have it both ways. We can't cry discrimination and racism when these people police their communities. But if we was to have a right to do the same things, we should be able to police our communities in the same kinds of way. So no one could be able to come in and do any shit they want to do without having some kind of confrontation about it. You know what I mean? But we so open to everybody, we believe that anyone could come in our community and do anything they want to do. But when we see policing actually happen, we say, well, this shouldn't happen, but this is how our community is supposed to be policed. Whether we want to admit that or we don't want to admit that. That's how I feel about it. However, I would also say that the lady who says, and this I'm gonna end with this. The lady who says, his son, her mother, who said, I can't believe they do this to a kid. She doesn't understand that the mother sees the child as a child. When they look at him, they see Planet of the Apes. There's a difference. You know what I mean? I guess she's buying to this idea of Americanism, but they see Planet of the Apes, and she doesn't understand that. That's unfortunate for her. But I do believe that those older men who pay taxes probably in that area, house taxes and things like that, they have a right to determine what goes on within that community. Because if we had a community like that, we have a right to decide and determine what goes on in our community. If fools should be able to drive willfully out there, in and out, if they have the ability to play loud music and do any shit they want to do. You know, that is proper policing, I believe, that needs to happen within our communities too. So I'm not so mad at them for doing that. I'm sorry.
No, Mr. Untouchable, I do agree with you and Gas. We talked about this on Shoot the Breeze maybe close to a year ago. I think I used the exact example of doing donuts in the area. No, these guys have a right to come out there and say, hey, don't do that shit over here. You take that shit back by you. Because that's what we're supposed to do in our communities. We're supposed to police our communities. We're supposed to say this to exactly what Mr. Untouchable and Gaston said earlier. We're supposed to be on some, you cannot do certain things around us. You know what I mean? You will be sent out of this community. You know, and especially for those of us who talk about nation building, that's the stance that we have to have. You cannot come around here doing certain things. We have to tailor the kind of culture that we want, the kind of reality, because right now we're living in this white man's curated reality. We have to be ready to take care and design and define our own realities. And we shouldn't want to have no one, you know, just willy-nilly doing a bunch of unserious bullshit in our communities, man. And I can't, like Mr. Untouchable said succinctly, I can't blame this white man for policing his community. You ain't gonna come through and just be doing a whole bunch of shit and influencing because you're done influencing our kids through other means, but now you want to come through our community and carry on with this bullshit? No, we're not letting that ride. You know, in the chat, Brother Bakari says, I think she see everything that goes on, but she made the statement for sympathy. I don't agree with it, but that's what I think. You know, yeah, we gotta get to that mindset. Certain things we shouldn't allow, and once we understand that, then we'll understand why certain other people don't allow some of the shit that we think is not, you know, good to promote inside our own communities. Is there any last words for this prompt from anyone?
Yes. We just can't, and we'll end with this. I'll end with this. We cannot have it both ways.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that we try to grasp at, having it both ways, and it's not gonna work. Adults behave like adults. We can't behave halfway like children in one end, and then won't behave and say, well, respect my manhood, and another end. It doesn't work that way.
I feel you on that. Well, that was the 10th prompt tonight. That's the last prompt for the night. I want to thank the panel. Tanzan was here. Caesar was here earlier. Brother Bakari was here before he had the technical difficulties. The forecast was here on the panel. We got Gaston up, Mr. Untouchable, Kevin Carre, 42. I feel the matron was on the panel. I feel like I'm missing someone who was here earlier. D Webb was here earlier from the Harsh Ali podcast. There's no enemies within. There's no pro-black perspective tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so you guys could sleep in a little bit. I'll be back next week, Saturday, for Shoot the Breeze. I want to thank Mr. Untouchable, Kevin Carre, Urzuli, and others. Daily Affirmation by Pauline for all the prompts that we had tonight. Good discussions from everyone who was here. Oh, yeah, Chief Mindset was here earlier, too, on the panel. And shout out to all you guys who were in the chat. KW Dawn 7, Dorico Cooper Photography, etc., etc. Thank you all for being here. I'll see you guys next week. Panelists, you guys want to shout out anything this week?
Yeah, just people who feel they gas them up may rub them the wrong way. You gotta stop being so sensitive.
I hear you.
Yeah, white people during the week, please keep killing each other over this abortion. Please keep it up. Keep it up, please. Thank you.
Tan, you want to shout out anything this week?
Yeah, I'm back on this week on Tuesday on Swahili Nation. So I hope you join me there. Thanks for having me.
I'll be there. I'll see you then. All right, guys. that's the show tonight. I'll see you guys next week. You guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ Radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.